Hallelujah. Lashara Lahanu Walea Botenu, Abiara Mami Iskaba Abiako, Atakadosh, Weshemeka Kwadosh, Arushemeka Lamae, Wishamine Israel, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, Lagoro Tambari Olam, Beni Bene Israel, Otilola, Kisha Shadami Masa, El Shaddai, Shamayu, where to Ares, Ubayom must be Shabbat, Warinafash, Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Dushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok Nolam Wae, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto Nolam Wae, Baruch Kabo Lohei Min Kumon, Leka Yo, Hallelujah, Nolam Wae. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, some of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
The Most High told Jeremiah. Now, mind you, Jeremiah was a prophet of God. Jeremiah was a prophet of God. The prophet didn't have their own lives.
No.
Prophets didn't live their own lives.
No.
Prophets, their lives revolved around and taking care of the duties and whatever God needed to handle within amongst a nation.
God's business.
They handled business, personal business.
That's right.
And being that God took a nation to himself, which was called, surnamed after the name of Jacob, which was Israel, he used prophets and priests. Okay. He used prophets and priests to warn the people. He used prophets and priests to warn the people so that they don't put themselves in a bad strait with God.
Keep them in line.
To keep these people in line.
Warn them.
To warn them. And God said that there's no God that dealt with a nation so close. Like the God of Israel. So these prophets came and they warned the people against doing the things that was unlawful.
That's right.
And we turned against God. We turned against the prophets. By us turning against the prophets and the priests, then we ended up, then we offended God.
Right.
Because the prophets and the priests and the king, a righteous king, righteous prophets, these guys represent God.
Right.
So when you go against that, you're going against God. Well, I ain't going against God. I just don't like what. Who told you? See, there's the thing called, what is it called? Protocol.
Right.
And we do things against the head or leader that has set the protocol, established the protocol. The father, right, the Maccabees, before he died, he left instructions with his sons. He said, this guy here, this is the oldest. He said, he's going to be a father to you. He said, this guy here, which was the youngest one, he said, he's ruthless in war. He's ruthless in war. He going to lead the battle. The eldest did not despise the youngest and go at the youngest for leading in battle. The elders had to fall in line behind the youngest in battle. But when it comes in the affairs of being a father, then everybody fell in line under the elders. When it comes in this certain situation, basically the father set up every one of his sons in certain situations. And they follow that even in his death. And they followed that even in his death.
Man.
So if we really want to learn and understand what righteousness is, that is righteousness also. That's righteousness, man. That's what you call righteousness. We like to pick and choose what we like to honor and respect. Because I'm going to tell you like this. We think we're not even scratching the surface. I ain't scratching no surface wearing no garment. I ain't scratching no surface wearing no bracelet and frontlet. I'm not even scratching the surface fasting. You know why? Because fasting comes with changes. So if you fasting and praying, why do you remain the same way?
Teach, drama.
Teach. Why do we, as a people, remain the same way?
Right.
Teach. When you fast and pray, your ways correlates with that fasting and praying.
Your ways change.
When you're wearing your robes and your garments and your frontlet and your bracelet and you're emanating righteousness, your ways correlate with your garment and your frontlet and your bracelet that represents God. Your ways supposed to correlate with that.
Teach.
Your ways got to correlate with those things. But we wear our frontlet, bracelet, we wear our garments, we fast and we pray. But guess what? My ways remain stink before God. That's why God turned to the nation, right? Look what God told the nation. God told the nation, he said, "Hear, O Israel." He said, "Amend your ways." He didn't. Now your ways and the laws of God is two different things.
Yeah.
They wore their fringes.
Yeah.
They wore their fringes.
Yeah.
They was in robes every day.
Yeah.
I'm going into this chapter today where Judah wore a bracelet. In the Hebrew, it says petileka, means a thread. A wrap, which wrapped around and was binded around his wrist. But your ways got to correlate with those things that you're doing.
That's right.
And if your ways not correlating with these things, these righteous things that you're doing,
I'll tell you something.
listen
I
here.
should tell you something.
95% of doing these laws is spiritual.
Spiritual stuff.
95% of living this way of life has to deal with what you have in you.
That's right.
95% deals with your thoughts and how you think, what I have in me.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
95.
5%.
5% visual. I can see a turban. I can see a frontlet and bracelet, and I can see your garment. I can see your fringes. I can't see nothing else. I can't see nothing else. That's why God said, I try the reins in the heart of man to know the fruit of his doings. To know the fruit of a man's doings. That's how God judged man and look at man. Why he didn't mention woman? The woman got an easy job. I said the woman have an easy job. Yeah. God ain't going to a woman and say, don't say it. No. Because the man was ordered to command his household after God.
Like Abraham.
Like Abraham. And whatever you allow your wife to do, you do.
You did it.
You did it. Whatever you allow your wife to do, you allow. Allow.
Make permission.
Which means when you allowed, which means you gave permission, and to allow someone, you had to know. You had to know about this evil and despicable thing that your wife did. Like Eli knew what his sons did, and God charged them. And God charged them, and because of that, guess what happened? He fell back, and God killed them. He fell back in that seat and broke his neck. God killed them. He said, because you didn't restrain your sons. He spoke to them, but he had to take the chastisement up to another level. Sometimes talking can't do. Sometimes I can't talk no more.
Bust him in his head.
Now I gotta go into actions. That's why God says, yeah, you spit a rod, you spoil the child. I gotta go upside your head to show you that I mean business. Let's go into Deuteronomy. Let's go into Deuteronomy 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 17.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God
Thou
any
shalt
bullock.
not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God what?
Any bullock.
Any bullock
Or sheep.
or sheep
Wherein is blemish.
wherein there is a blemish. Right? Now, we're going to dig into that word sacrifice. All right? Why was the sacrifice set up? Why? Because we sin. Because of iniquity. That's why God set up the sacrifices. He set up the burnt offering. He set up a sin offering, the meat offering, a peace offering. And there was all levels and stages of when these offerings was done. But God, I'm going to hit to the main part. The reason why these sacrifices were set up was to regain favor in the eyes of God. Yeah. To regain favor. A propitiation means to regain favor in the eyes of God. Which means what? Lord, you can lose favor. And guess what? I can appease God with sacrifices. Samuel did that. Huh? Oh, Ahab. That was, he didn't even sacrifice, though. I'm going to go into that chapter later. He didn't even sacrifice. So now it said, he that keepeth the law, bringeth offerings enough. Bringeth offerings enough. So when you keep the laws of God, I don't have to set up no offerings. I ain't got to set up no sacrifices. But the reason why we have to set up sacrifices because we offend God by not keeping his laws, commandments, and statutes. Right. So when you don't keep God's laws, commandments, and statutes, we are not in good favor with God. We are out of favor with God. Now, to regain favor from God, now, the first thing we got to do is set up a sin offering. Because that's the first thing we got to do. Set up a sin offering. And a person that set up a sin offering has a conscience. A person that can set up a sin offering has acknowledgement and has acknowledged that he has done wrong before God. A righteous and a just man is able to acknowledge his offense. A righteous or a person that's being guided towards righteousness
is able to acknowledge his offense.
Right.
And when you are not able to acknowledge when you are wrong, guess what? You ain't going to do it with God.
We got a job to do.
I said, you're not going to do it with God. Because in order for me to do it with God, I got to acknowledge that I offended you. I stole from you. I stole from you. Before I offended you, I offended God because those are his laws, commandments, and statutes. Then I offend you. So you go hand in hand. It goes hand in hand. For me to acknowledge that I offended you, look, right? Now, he said, he that taketh heed to the commandments, offering a peace offering. Now, after the sin offering goes, now the peace offering goes up. And this peace offering is to regain favor. It's to make peace with God. Make peace with God. That's separate. That's separate. And you see how far we have gotten? We don't have a high priest to go to send these things up. The setup is gone. And all we do is fluctuate. All we do is fluctuate. We up and down with God.
Take our time when we want to.
We up and down with God, and we move on our own time with God.
That's right.
We move on our own. We don't move on God's time.
Talk about it.
We do things on our time, on our own time, and guess what? When it's done, it's not accepted.
It's not
Because
accepted.
that's not a sacrifice.
Clown.
That's not a sacrifice.
Wait.
You gotta make sacrifices and put yourself out of get out your element, but it's a word. Put yourself out. What up? Inconvenience yourself for God.
That's the sacrifice.
That's the sacrifice. And that's the way you can draw God's attention towards you. Because you sacrificed yourself for God. Not putting your feelings in front of God. Right? He said, he that requited a good turn, offer it fine flour. To requite a good turn. You know what requite a good turn? When someone do good to you, you repay them good. When God said, when you do these things, it's like you done sent up an offering of flour. It's like you done sent up. See, listen here. Let's explain something. The laws and the commandments of God was linked and is linked to the offerings. It's linked to the offerings. It goes together. And saying, he that giveth alms, sacrifice and praise. To depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Lord. To depart, to leave off, to turn away from evil and wickedness and things that God hates. You please God that way.
Also, there's ways to please God.
There's ways to please God. To appease, to please. All those words are the same. To make peace. He said, and to forsake unrighteousness is what? A propitiation. To forsake, to abandon unrighteousness, you will regain the favor of God. To abandon unrighteousness, you will regain the favor of God. He said, thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord. Those are the 3 appointed times. Feast of Booth, Feast of Unleavened Bread, and Feast of Weeks. Those 3 appointed times, God said, don't appear to me empty. And this is why Solomon, who was all wise, he told Shimei to remain where? In Jerusalem. He said, don't leave Jerusalem. And the day that you leave Jerusalem, thou shalt surely die. Now, he agreed to it because he didn't say nothing.
Right.
Silence is agreeing. One day, his servant left. He went to go chase his servant to get his servant back. He left Jerusalem. Solomon told me, he said, why you broke your oath?
Right.
Solomon said, why did you break your oath? You think you have to add God in it for it to be an oath?
No.
All you got to do is voice it.
Agreed.
Or voice it and you agree. Or even when you start running your mouth.
Yeah.
That's why God, the book said, think 7 times before you speak.
Clown.
Running and running and running and running and running your mouth. And one of those times that you run in your mouth, you're going to sin against God.
Yeah.
You're going to say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
And then God get angry at your voice.
Yeah.
That's what the book said.
Yeah.
He said, God get angry at your voice.
Yeah.
He said, for all these things are to be done because of the commandments of God. All these things is done. This is the reason why. Because of the commandments of God. Huh? So, that's called keeping your word. And sometimes you may say something, and in order to keep my word, I gotta neglect me. I gotta neglect myself because I done voiced something out of my mouth and I said it. So because if you have decided to walk before God and do things that is holy and righteous and acceptable by God, now I will neglect myself just to keep my word. Just to keep my word. And all these things you can draw God's attention to yourself. He said, the offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat, and the sweet savior thereof is before the Most High. God loved the smell of fat. The smell of fat appeases the anger of God. It soothes him. It soothes him. Huh? That's why the temple didn't have a roof. Because all the sacrifices and the burnt offerings, the smoking had to go up, had to ascend. Remember when the angel appeared unto Manoah's wife? She was on a level, man. That woman was on a level. She was on a certain level with God. All because, and it came and stemmed from her following her husband. And now the woman was so clean that the angel was able to appear to a woman and instruct her about a child that she was going to have, who was named Samson. So she went to go get her husband. He came twice. She went to go get her husband. The husband came. After the angel instructed him, he said, allow your wife to do this. After everything, he said the angel did wondrously. And when he set up the sacrifice, the angel went up into the fire and ascended to heavens. That don't tell you nothing. Angels could come and appear to you in the form of men.
Mm-hmm. Not babies.
Not babies.
His face was terrible.
Say his face was terrible. Terrible. My mom's was in that room. Right? She was sitting on the bed. And she said something came to her and said, go tell him he's doing it to himself. She said the person, his countenance was ugly, fierce. She got up, ran inside, and told my pops. She went back inside the room. The appearance came again. She said he came again, ran back inside. I said, I'm not going back in that
And
room.
again, it said,
Did you
Did you tell him?
Did you tell
So there are listen, there are laws and commandments and statutes that my father was doing that was allowing him to see visions, to get close to God, allow him to see certain things. And because of him elevating himself with God, he picked his wife up with him. And that was the same situation with Manoah and his wife. That's why the angel was able to appear to her, because of the standards of her husband and how he lived with God. Like, that's right. So when a man is pushing for God, guess what? The attention goes to not only the man, he's going to look at the woman, he's going to look at you. Not me. God going to look at you and say, what you waiting for? You better start doing something. Or guess what? It's going to be friction.
friction and separation?
Yeah, God gonna form that. Why? Because you gotta walk. These women had to walk with their husbands. That's right. They're holy laws.
God gonna push you all the way.
That's right. It says the sacrifice of a just man is acceptable. We can't set up no sacrifices now. So what do God acknowledge as sacrifices? Your prayers. Those two important prayers in the morning and at evening. Not when you decide to get up. Not when you decide to wake up. You got to set your alarm to get up. 5:36 at the dawn. When dawn's up setting in, you send up your prayers. Feel like you got to go back and lay down, you go back and lay down. That's the sacrifice you got to make for God. That's right. And this is why certain offerings wasn't accepted, or prayers wasn't accepted, because in order for God to accept your offering or your prayer, you got to be accepted. You got to be accepted by God. Now, how do we become accepted? The standards is right here. The standards is right here. You know what the laws is? Thou shalt not. And it also tells you how you should treat this one and how this one should treat this one. It's the laws is concerning each other, concerning your neighbor.
That's what it said.
That's what it says. Slander, tale-bearing. He said, don't offend with your words.
That's what it said.
Don't offend with your words.
That's what it said, man.
Actions.
That's what it said, man.
Tells us, the laws tells us not to be offensive.
That's what it said, man.
That's what it means. We offend each other and we offend God. It said, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten. Give the Lord his honor with a good eye. Give the Lord his honor with a good eye. Do these laws with a good eye. Right? And we learn what is an evil eye from in 1 Samuel. Right? Guess what? With Saul and David. David did no wrong. King David did no wrong. Well, he wasn't acknowledged as king just as yet. Right? But David did not do no wrong to Saul. Right? Later on in the chapter, you know what it says? He said, and Saul eyed David from that day forward. Which means what? An evil eye is when you have evil in your heart for a person and the person ain't did you no wrong. That's an evil eye. That's an evil eye. He said, in all thy gifts show a cheerful countenance, and dedicate thy tithes with gladness. Give unto the Most High according to as he had enriched thee. And as thou hast gotten, give with a cheerful eye. Don't give me and be angry, because I don't want it. If I come to borrow and I'm telling you I'm in need, you give me and say, well, man, I can't. You come with sad words. Well, you know what, bro? I really don't got it. What you think's going to happen to him? Oh, well, you know what? Forget it. He going to say, forget it. Why? Because you don't have it. And I'm putting you in a bind. And I'm putting you in the bind. So now I'm sorry, for the Lord recompense it and will give him 7 times as much. Do not think to corrupt with gift, for such he will not receive, and trust not to unrighteous sacrifices. For the Lord is judge, and with him is no respect of persons. What is respect of persons? Respect of persons is partiality. It's partial. The judges did not judge a matter by hearing one side. That's respect of persons when you do that.
Talk about
When you do that, that's respect of persons.
Talk about
I'm not going to take your word over this guy's word, or this word over this word. I'm going to hear what you got to say, and I'm going to hear what you got to say. Hear what both of them. I'm going to hear what both sides got to say. Just one side. I'm going to hear what both sides got to say. And then you judge the matter according to what you heard.
That's right.
Righteously by God.
That's right. Talk
Respect of persons. You said God don't like and he despised respect of persons.
Talk about it.
So I got to hear both sides.
Talk about it.
That's law. That's commandments.
Wow.
That's statutes. Right? So, okay. He said he will not accept any persons against a poor man, but will hear the prayer of the oppressed. He will not despise the supplications of the fatherless, nor the widow when she poured out her complaint. Fatherless, a child grew up a child without a father. A widow, a woman that was married and her husband died. Right? He said, do not the tears run down the widow's cheek, and is not her cry against him that causeth them to fall? He that serveth the Lord shall be accepted with favor, and his prayer shall reach unto the clouds. Go back to where we was at.
Deuteronomy 17.
Deuteronomy 17.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish.
Oh, thou shalt not sacrifice what?
And thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock
Any bullock
or sheep
sheep
wherein is blemish.
wherein there is a blemish. Right? The word blemish, mum, mim, shabuts, mim sophie. Right? A blemish is a what? A defect. A physical defect in the animal. And a blemish is also a moral stain. Okay? And this chapter is talking about a physical defect in the animal.
Right.
You can't take up an animal to sacrifice to God with defects and blemish.
Right.
Everything that we sacrifice to God had to be whole and perfect. So whatever you didn't want, you don't give to God. You got to keep that for yourself and give God the best. Now it goes into, I'm going to hit both sides. Moral stain. All right? Morals are principles of right and wrong behavior, right? And the goodness or badness of a human character. A person's standards of behavior or beliefs concerning what is and is not acceptable for you to do. So, your morals are your ideas about right and wrong, especially how you should act and treat people. So, when I do things and offend you, and I say I'm right and I can't see the fault or the wrong in that, I have a moral stain.
Yeah.
you have a moral stain.
Yeah.
Moral stains is moral blemish.
Yeah.
When your morals and your spirit, that blemishes your spirit. And when your spirit is blemished, that's a blot. And
Yeah.
put a big separation
Yeah.
between you and God.
Yeah.
Puts a large and a huge separation between you and God because your moral stain, you have moral stains. Your ways are stained, it's blemished, it's a defect. And that defect leaves an opening in your spirit that allows iniquity and sins and evil ideas and unrighteousness to enter into my mind, because that's where iniquity starts. Iniquity and sin comes to the mind. It comes here first before it's put forth into action. But we get so emotional. We get so emotional that the laws and the commandments of God go out the window. And we react off of our emotions. Time sheet.
Or any evil favoredness.
Or any evil favoredness.
But that is an abomination unto the Lord.
But that is an abomination unto God. Deuteronomy 17, verse 2. An abomination are things that are detestable by God. And we are so blessed. You know why I say we are blessed? Not because we have money. Not because you got 1, 2, 3 houses, 2 cars, 3 cars. But we are able to read a book that shows us the things that God hates. And we are able to read a book that shows us the things that God loves. Yeah. But in order to recognize that, I gotta believe God. A person that don't believe God ain't gonna believe what you read. A person that believes God, it ain't gonna animate you to push for the laws for God. Because you don't believe. There's nothing in you to give you that push towards doing the things that is lawful and right by God. Nothing. The word ta'ti, it means to do good, right? It also means to improve. To improve. So we read the book to improve with God, which means there are things that we are going to be doing and adding on to your daily life to improve yourself with God. And sometimes it may take you neglecting yourself to accomplish the laws of God. Because that's what a man does when he sacrifices himself for God. When you sacrifice yourself for God, that puts you in a different realm. Now you will begin to draw God's attention towards you.
That's right.
Like my father used to say, he said, what did you give up for God? That's a hell of a question. What did we give up for God? What? What did we give up for God? He said, I gave up something for God. He said, I'm like Abraham. He said, I turned away from serving idols. That holds a very high esteem and regard with God to where You used to serve idols and deities in your past, and you gave that up to seek who the true and living God is. Just that alone, God is beaming you. Wow. Because you have to have something in you to neglect this, to neglect your past, to turn towards the things that is lawful and right by God. Yeah, you got good in you, man. If we wasn't sitting in these seats, we wouldn't. It gotta be, it's some good in you that caused you to sit in these seats. Now, it's either what you now is what you do with it. Am I gonna act upon it? Because if you don't act upon it, guess what? You're gonna reject it, and God's gonna put his foot in your back and kick you out. So basically, we have to act upon it for it to grow, for it to metastasize and increase and grow in you. So for it to develop in you. What's the word? Where we at?
Verse 2.
Uh-huh.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee,
If there be found among you within any of thy gates. Gates. What is the only thing that had gates?
City.
A city. A city. This is not your gates. This is your house. This is your apartment. Only thing that had gates is a city. So it's talking about what? Who is in the circumference or of Israel, our own people, right? And our city gates. Read.
Man or woman
Uh-huh.
that have wrought wickedness.
Man or a woman that had wrought wickedness. What is wrought? One that had done wickedness. A person that had done evil. Now, the book shows us and tells us what is evil and what is good. What is unrighteousness? What is wickedness? The book shows us that. But then, when you're learning, people contradict and go against the book because it doesn't correlate with them. Because it doesn't correlate with them. God tried the heart of man. I can't try your heart. I don't know your heart. How can you tell me about this man's heart? I can't see that. Guess what? I can only go according to his actions and what he's doing. I can only go according to a person's actions and what the person do. And according to what the person is doing, that emanates and show that the person has good in them. The actions represent the persons. And God ain't got to wait for the actions to know a person. That's why a person can be living their life wickedly all day life. And the Most High see fit and know when to show you. When to show you and open your eyes and lead you towards this. Because if he showed you 15 years before, you wouldn't have listened. If you open your eyes towards this 15, 20 years before, you wouldn't have hearkened. So this ain't the purpose. This ain't, God deals with time. I said God deals with time. Everything has a time and a limit. Sometimes a person's times run out. Let's read.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman that have wrought wickedness,
A person that have done wickedness
in the sight of the Lord thy God,
in the eyes of God, we are before God 24/7. The Most High said, he said, I am beholden. He said, I behold the ways of man. He said, I behold the ways of man. This is a constant thing that God is upon his throne, beholding the ways of man.
Yeah.
Huh? Beholding the ways of man. He didn't say what you're doing, he said your ways. Which means the book shows us laws, commandments, and statutes, and the book shows us how we should be. How we should be to regain God's favor. How, and the things, and how we shouldn't be to push God away. To push God away. Let's read.
Verse 3. And have gone and served other gods and worshipped them.
And have gone and served other gods. Right?
Yes.
Have gone and served other gods. I don't have to be in the church to serve other gods. I don't have to be in the Muslim mosque to serve other gods. All I got to do is comply to their commands and go according to their procedures and the things that they do in that order. That's why God gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate you from the people. God gave us laws, commandments, and statutes so that we could be different. Opposite, different. That's what holy is. That's what holy is, man. Transcendence. To exceed usual limits. When you exceed usual limits, you're the only one exceeding. Ain't nobody going past that. And that's what, guess what? Elijah, Enoch, Ezra, they exceeded the usual limits. That they exceeded so far with God that God saw fit to take them.
Yep.
Snatched up Elijah. A whirlwind, a chariot of fire rolls by, separate Elisha, picked up Elijah. Elijah's gone. Enoch, 365 years he lived on earth. He said, and he was not. God took him. Ezra transcended, exceeded usual limits with God.
Among them still alive now.
God took him.
They alive now. In a spot.
So, like Paulie always said, he said, like, first let's go to the book. And it correlates with what my father said.
Yeah.
He said, this guy did evil, and this guy did evil, but he didn't do the evil like unto this guy. Remember that?
Yeah.
Which means there's levels in wickedness.
Yeah.
The same thing as if there's levels in righteousness. Same thing.
Yeah.
Levels. Levels, man.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Verse 3. And have gone
He said,
and
and have
served
gone
other
and
gods
served other
and
gods
worshipped them,
and worshiped them,
either the sun
the sun,
or moon
the moon.
or any of the hosts of heaven.
Now, I'm going to go into something. Right? Check this out. Surya, Surya, Namaskar, Namaskar. Right? The translation of Surya, Surya, it means sun. Namaskar, Namaskar, it means to bow down. Surya means sun. Namaskar means to bow down. Bow down to the sun. To show gratitude to the sun. In ancient traditions, sun worship were used by Hindus during morning prayer and worship rituals. Right? in modern days, in these times, which is also correlated and the same as yoga. So now, we don't do yoga because yoga is in honor of the sun god.
Basically, worship.
Worshiping the sun. And there are many, millions of positions that we can do to honor the sun. Another way of honoring the sun is what? Baal. Baal means the sun god. They named the sun Baal. Lord. Worshiping JC is a sun god.
That's right.
Because they say he resurrected to the sun.
In this picture, you don't see the halo.
The halo over the head.
All halo
Resurrected to the sun. Sun worship is in every religion
That's
today.
right. That's right.
Today, every religion has sun worship in it. And it derived from sun worship, which is what? Astrology.
That's right.
Sun, moon, stars.
Devil worship.
People don't even know that.
I was watching a movie, man, right with my woman, and the name of the movie was Plane. So the plane is flying in the clouds, and it's a storm, raining. If they flew above the clouds, they're not going to be affected by all the rain, because the water. Look at the wisdom of God. The condensation in the water is held within the clouds. And we look around and say, people say, oh, there is no God. How there isn't a God? How? Where can you formulate in your mind that there is no God?
That's his nature. That's his nature.
Where?
God, that's his nature.
Nature's a sun god too.
Where?
God created nature.
That's mother.
God created the sun. But people turn around and start worshiping the things that God created.
That's right. Talk about
People turn around and start worshiping and admiring the things that God creates. Let's roll. Let's read.
Either the sun
Uh-huh.
or moon
Uh-huh.
or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not
Which I
commanded.
have not commanded. Read.
And it be told
And it be
thee,
told thee. And it be told thee. You was told. You was informed. One thing about these people, when they heard about evil and wickedness and things that was being done against God, they didn't hold it
No.
and keep it to themselves. No. You know why? Because when you hold it and keep it to yourself, guess what? It goes down in the book like you did it. You did the same thing because you didn't chastise and rebuke your neighbor. So God said, I'm going to hold you on account for the same iniquity. You're going to suffer the same sin. So you're playing a dangerous game. We play a dangerous game, not going, I know that you're doing something that's against God, and I hold it. And I don't say nothing. Now God going to charge you with the same thing. That's why God said, don't slander. Slander is what? Defamation of character. A false oral statement about a person. Talebearer. I go and carry the tale from this guy to this guy. Then I carry the tale from him to him. I done told everybody except for who I was supposed to tell. But we say we follow righteousness. We say we getting right by God. We say we getting right and getting strict with God. We say, oh, I'm going to start doing this and start doing that. Well, what happened to this and that and that?
Yeah.
What happened to all the other things?
You are becoming a deceiver.
What happened?
Deceiver.
Let's read.
And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquire
If
diligently.
he told thee, now guess what God said? He said, I'm going and hearken and listen to his word. Don't take his word. God said, inquire. Investigate. Hey, ask questions. don't go by what John said. I can't go by what Luke said. Neither am I going to go by what Timothy said. I got to hear 3, 4, 5, whatever parties that are involved, I got to hear everybody. I can't condemn you off of one party. This ain't the United States government. Ha ha! Nigga looking at here like it's the United States government. This ain't, huh? It's not a democracy where you can have one witness or one person formulate or say something, and then you hearken to that one. God hate that and despise that. God hate that and despise that. I got to hear all parties that are involved. And when a person can turn on one without hearing the other, that's some type of hatred.
Say it again.
Say it again. That's some type of hatred.
Pull up now.
That's some type of hatred, man. I got to hear whatever parties that are on. God said that. And then after he said that, he said, judge the matter accordingly.
Yeah.
And then when you judge the matter accordingly, let's dip off of that for a minute. You gotta have a certain amount of righteousness to accept it. You gotta have some type of righteousness, or some type of righteousness in you to accept the final decision of what the judge determined.
Talk about it.
And guess what? When the judge determined the matter and make the final decision, you leave it alone
Talk about
and push forward. There are many final decisions. Many final decisions been set, and people go around the final decisions and still do according to how they feel. You know who made the final decision? You know what I'm talking about? Who made it? My father.
that.
Made final decisions, and people still go around and feel a way about his final decisions. What righteousness do you have in you?
Talk about it. None.
You know what that means? You got to die.
Say it again.
That's what God said.
Say it again.
When you don't hearken to the judge
Say it again.
or to the final decision of the judge, he said, take him and
Say
hang
it again.
his cardio.
So you can play.
Hang him.
So you can play. Play games if you want.
Hang him. God said that.
Yeah.
God said that. See, we dealing with a God that ain't play.
Yeah.
We dealing with a God that's not emotional. We dealing with a God that when you go against his word, he'll hate you and he'll take your head off.
Yeah. No matter what. Man, yo.
Take your head off. That's the type of God we serving, man.
Fact.
I said, that's the type of God we serving.
Fact.
A holy God. A God that's not partial.
Talk about it.
And God said for you to be holy.
Talk about
And he ain't going to pardon you for your iniquities. So even if God is commanding you to be holy, whatever consists of holiness, you got to follow. You got to follow. God ain't partial. You can't be partial.
Come on, man.
Let's read.
Verse 4. And if he told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold,
And
it
if
be
he
true,
told thee, and what? And thou hast heard of it,
and inquired diligently,
and then you inquire. Read.
and behold, it be true,
Now, if it be true,
and the thing certain,
and the thing certain,
that such abomination is wrought in Israel,
that such abomination is done in Israel,
Then thou shalt bring forth that
Bring
man
forth that man
or that woman
or that
which
woman
have committed that wicked
which had
thing
committed that wicked and evil and despicable thing
unto thy gates,
unto your
even
gates,
that man
even that man
or that woman,
or that woman.
and shall stone them with
Stone them with stones till
till
they
they
die. That's a horrible death.
I feel you looking at me.
Hey, I said that's a horrible death. You don't die right away.
Lord.
You know what that is, to be stoned to death?
I ain't gonna joke, man. Yeah, fair. You see that? Fair.
You know what that is, to be stoned to death?
When we be hollering, man.
The government says inhumane. But whatever God decides is not inhumane.
It's an effect. It's an effect.
That judgment will instill fear
Yeah.
in your butt.
Everybody.
God said, stone them. He said, so that what? So that they may hear and fear and do no more such wickedness. Yeah, the way he got done, I don't want to get done that way. Let me stop. Let me pull back. That's what put fear in the monkey. Judgment.
Judgment. Yeah.
We ain't born with fear of God.
Yeah.
We not Samuel. We ain't Jeremiah. We not Ezekiel. We got to develop the fear of God within us. And you can't develop the fear of God being presumptuous.
That's right.
You cannot develop the fear of God being presumptuous.
That's right.
The fear of God develops slowly. It's going to come in slowly, according to what you put out, according to how you do, according to
your
ways, according to my ways and the things that I do that is holy and righteous by God, according to the boundaries that you set for yourself.
That's right.
God has set boundaries.
That's right.
I was telling Maisha today, I said, man, today, the children today don't have boundaries.
That's right.
None. None.
They cross all lines.
None. Children
I
just-
said they cross all lines. That's not righteous. Israel too.
Say it again.
We do things and we cross the line.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
means what? Whatever you did, it wasn't called for
Talk about
by God.
it. Talk about
That's what presumptuous
it.
is.
Talk about
Presumptuous means overstepping due bounds.
it. Talk about
Huh? I do that with God and I do that with man.
it. Talk about it.
Because first you offend God and then I offend my brother.
Talk about it.
That's the law. It's linked.
Talk about
It's linked. Boundaries.
it. Talk about it.
Lines that we should not cross with God and man.
Come on.
That's why I can get angry at you and I'll still hold my tongue saying certain things.
Yeah.
That's why I can get angry at you and my actions won't get distorted with you
Uh-huh.
because there's boundaries.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
A man that's following righteousness has boundaries.
That's right.
A man that wants to do what is lawful and right by God has boundaries.
That's right.
Discretion, discretion.
That's right.
He has discretion.
That's right. Talk about it.
Let's read.
At the mouth of two witnesses.
At the mouth of who?
Two witnesses.
You sure it don't say one?
Two witnesses.
Nah, I gotta say one. It just say one.
At the mouth of two witnesses.
So you mean to tell me if one witness or one person come up with an accusation or say something, I don't have to listen to, I shouldn't be listening to one person? I gotta hear the other guy?
Yeah. Talk
I
about
gotta
it.
have two witnesses.
Yo, talk law, John. Speak law, man. Teach law.
I gotta have two witnesses to establish a matter.
Teach law, John.
You don't have two witnesses, this matter's not established.
You want to get stoned to death.
Matter's not established.
Talk about it, John.
Let's read.
At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death.
And that's the only way I could kill you and put you to death.
Facts.
I need 2 witnesses. Now, even the 2 witnesses has to be, and Daniel showed us that. The 2 witnesses has to be scrutinized. Because sometimes you have 2 witnesses and the 2 witnesses is lying.
That's a fact.
The 2 witnesses that saying and talking and running their mouth, they lying. That's why Daniel came up. The Spirit of God came upon Daniel. He said,
I'm clear.
he said, I'm clear. He said, I'm clear from the blood of this woman. The woman was in her own yard bathing. These 2 perverted elders, judges, every day, they at the woman's yard, peeping in the woman's yard while she's bathing. Then they ended up seeing her and said, listen, and gave her a ultimatum. Sleep with us. If you don't sleep with us, we're going to raise a false report on you saying that we saw a guy in here and we tried to hold him. He was too strong, but he got away. You know what she said? You know what she said, man? The righteousness of this woman, man. She said, if I listen to you, I'm jammed by God. If I don't listen to you, you gonna jam me. Which one you rather be jammed by? I'd rather be jammed by you. So therefore, get away from me. Close the gates. I'm not sleeping with you. They went, they took the woman, they was gonna kill her. Daniel, the Spirit of God came upon Daniel. Daniel said, he said, hey, hold up. He said, are ye such fools to judge a matter without interrogation, without questioning?
That's big, huh?
That's big.
That's big, huh?
Daniel said that.
Oh, man.
He said, man, separate these 2 witnesses, man. He said, you ungodly. He started when they know this one. He said, you ungodly creep. He said, then he went to the other one. He said, you other one, you ungodly. Yo, I don't even know exactly what he said, but he would have both of them separated. If you are 2 witnesses, both of y'all should have the same story.
Same detail.
This one said, they both said 2 different trees. A mastic tree and another name of another different tree.
I thought they would have been interrogated.
She said, man, they lied.
2 different trees.
They took him and they killed both of them.
Killed them.
They killed
them
them.
to death. What they thought to do.
That's right. What they thought to do with them,
That's the law.
that's right.
Today you gotta do 4 times.
That's right. Let's read.
At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment,
If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment,
between blood and blood,
blood and blood,
between plea and plea,
plea and plea,
between stroke and stroke,
stroke and stroke,
being matters of
being
controversy
matters of controversy
within thy gates,
then
thou shalt arise,
shall arise,
get thee up unto the
get
place,
thee up into the place
the Lord thy
which the
God,
Lord thy
shall
God shall choose.
and thou shalt come unto the priest, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of the judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline.
Thou shalt not decline from the sentence
which they shall show thee.
Don't decline from the sentence of the judge or from the head. Because when you decline from the sentence or from what the head said, that's iniquity. That's sin.
That's right.
That's why certain things got to be left alone.
That's right.
Certain things got to be left alone. Because guess what? The righteousness that I have in me tells me that if my father was alive, he would speak against.
That's right.
He would speak against what I want to do.
That's right.
I want to do this, this, and this. And I know what he said against what I wanted to
That's
do.
right. That's right. Talk about
And
it.
now I'm still reacting in the same manner.
Teach, drama. Teach. Teach.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee
Which they shall show thee
to the right hand
to the right hand
nor to the left.
or to the left.
The man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest.
And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest
that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die. And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear,
other people shall hear
and fear,
and fear
and do no more
and do no more presumptuously. Presumptuously, again, when you overdo your boundaries, when you overstepping boundaries, which means you gotta have boundaries in life. If you're pursuing righteousness, we all gotta have boundaries. We all gotta have lines that we would not cross. If you don't have lines that you don't cross, then there's nothing to stop you.
Talk about it.
What righteousness are you pursuing without boundaries?
Talk about it.
There's no way you're going to do and achieve the height of righteousness without having boundaries.
That's right.
The book teaches you that.
That's right. What are you doing?
My father taught me that. And I seen that man that drew the line and said, nah, I can't do it. He said certain things that I love, and I still haven't given up on it yet. That's why I stay away from it. Because I don't know if I will not indulge. I don't know if I will not indulge. So I refrain and I stay away. I refrain and I stay away. Come on, man. But in order to make those type of decisions, number one, you got to make your mind up to serve God. Number one, you got to make your mind up to walk upright. Your mind got to be made up. So I stay out of certain things in certain places that won't tempt me. That won't tempt me. Exactly. Let's read.
When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set
What
him.
verse you at?
Verse 15.
When thou art coming to the land. No, go back to oh man, I'm in a different chapter. I'm sorry. 15. Read that. Read that verse again.
14. When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt
when thou art coming to the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee,
and shalt possess it,
and shalt possess it,
and shalt dwell therein,
and shalt dwell therein,
and shalt say,
I
will set a king over me,
I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. You know, and that was our downfall. That was the nation's downfall. Because we wanted to be like the neighboring nations around us. We wanted to be like everybody else. The nations and the people round about me gather to celebrate Juve and parades. No, I ain't going out to no parade. Because I don't look at myself as no member. You want to hear my father said, I'm not a Panamanian. I was born there, and my forefather was dropped off there. He said, but my ancient forefathers is of Israel. Yeah, well, not because I was born there means I'm a Panamanian. No, I ain't no Panamanian no more. No, I'm not a Tobago no more. I'm not a Guyanese no more. I'm not a Trini no more. My forefathers was brought there in stinking slave ships.
Dropped off.
You know, dropped off. They had ports,
Yeah.
stations and ports where slaves were dropped off. And the last stop was here,
Port-au-Prince,
the Americas.
Puerto Rico,
That's right.
all those ports, all those shipyards.
The last drop off was here. When they came here with that stinking ship, they had to burn
They
it.
had to burn it.
You know why? God brought us to our lowest state, to a no people, because we refrained to hearken to God. And during the chastisement and the judgment of God, we still didn't recognize.
They received it.
We still couldn't receive the correction. You know, they had levels in that ship. You under a woman is on top of you. Every 30 days, she's on her period. They didn't move that woman and take her to another area. She bleeds.
Everything you do.
Next thing, you think somebody bleeding. No, it's her period blood dropping on you.
There's no toilet. There's no.
You urinated there.
Sink.
You defecated there. Your period blood, you had it there. Millions jumped off that ship to die in the Atlantic Ocean. How many millions? I'm about to say 40 million, 30 something.
40 million.
A lot of millions of people,
Died
man.
all the way here.
That's sad. But they don't make no movie about that.
7, 8 months.
Make a movie about that.
7, 8 months journey.
7 acres in the mule. What that gonna do?
They never gave it to
Never can. What that gonna do to
Nobody
me?
got that.
That can't do. That ain't doing nothing to me. But people say we still in slavery. No, because I wouldn't say this is
It's
slavery.
not slavery,
It's
man.
not slavery.
You're free to do you.
I'm free to do as I
You
please.
say what you
I
want.
can get a passport and go wherever I want. Those slaves, listen.
You ain't going.
Once Mary Lou seen a slave, there was a bell. Ding, 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 ding. And then she
Nigga.
shouted, nigga, nigga. Next thing, father runs out the door with a shotgun. Where the nigga at? Choo-choo. That's sad, bro. Bro, that's sad, man. That's bro. So that nigga run out, he shoot doom, man. The man running for dear life. Yo, God put that on us, man.
Yeah,
God did that, man.
yeah,
Condemned to it.
God did that, man.
yeah.
God did that, man.
Yeah.
Now, guess what? You know what Solomon said? History repeats itself. And that's not no lie. He ain't no liar. History repeats itself. Whatever happened in the past, that is what it shall be. Read Ecclesiastes chapter 1, man.
They tell you
And it tells you, man.
everything.
Everything that happened in the past comes around.
All things is done under the
Now
sun.
you look at the system and see what's going on. They're raising everything here, pushing the Negroes out. I'm going to Arizona. I'm going here. Get all the Negroes in one spot. Gentrification.
This is really push out. Gentrification is really the push
It's a
out.
game. I think it's a game.
Go back down there, man.
Let's read.
Their laws never changed down there. Thou shalt in any wise say.
That's what I want you to do. Captivity. Right? As a matter of fact, I'm going to look it up for you. I'm going to look up the word captivity, and then I'm going to look up the word exile, so that you can have a better meaning of what I'm talking about. Because people say, oh, we're captives, and we're still, no, we ain't captives. This ain't captivity. Okay? Now, the word captivity. Captives. Okay? What is captives? Taken and held as prisoner. We ain't held as no prisoner. We're not confined.
You are confined
We're
to
not
the
kept
place.
within bounds.
That
That's
plantation.
where the plantation was the
You
boundaries.
sleep in the barn.
When you leave that boundaries,
Escape.
another master look at you and say, where's your master?
Dogs is coming.
Where's your master? Next thing you run, they unleash dogs after your butt. You better run for their life. They catch you, they're going to rip you apart. And then they stand there and let the dog rip you apart.
Or they bring you back to make you an example.
And bring you back, make you an example. With the skin off your back. With the skin, beat you into subjection. Oh, you going to say, Toby. You going to say, Toby. Oh, I'm going to keep whipping and whipping and whipping until you say, Toby.
Everybody else, they got everybody else. All the other
That's what they did, man.
Yeah,
so now you know what captive is, right? Now let's look at what exile. A lot of people don't know what exile is. But exile is something completely different from captivity. Now you look at the situation and tell me what this situation fits. Okay? Exile. Exile, a forced removal from one's country.
That sounds like
That's what God did to us. Now, when you're forcibly removed from one country, God, every captivity had a limit, had a time.
yeah, it was a sentence.
It was a sentence. 70 years, this amount of years, that amount of years, this amount of years, this amount of years, this amount of years. This ain't no captivity. This is exile, man. We was put here to be forgotten. Now we was put here, kicked out of our country, and God forgot us, forgot about us. Now we trying to gain the attention of God by doing what? By honoring His laws, commandments, and statutes. By honoring and respecting the Sabbath day, from not profaning it. We trying to get back in favor with God. We trying to regain the favor of God. Because nowhere in the book said we going back.
That's right. Ain't nothing to go back to. First of all.
I didn't read that nowhere. Time sheet.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren thou shalt set king.
All right,
over
hold up. I done skipped something.
thee.
All right.
Take your time.
You stay. What verse you at?
I'm at verse 15.
Okay. Now, it says we have gone and served gods of wood and stone. Right? The word for gone is yalak or halak. It means to go. To go means to follow a certain course or procedure. Okay? So when you serve other gods, I don't have to be in the church. All I got to do is follow the procedure that the Christians have set up. All I have to do is follow the course of what the Christians have set up. We have our own procedure of serving God. We have to stick to this. This is our procedure. We can't follow other people's procedure.
The barbershop.
The what?
The barbershop.
Barbershops.
That's a procedure.
Barbershops.
Leave it alone.
Barbershops.
Leave it alone.
We ain't had barbershops in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The man just had a child. The child is 2 years old. Don't even give the child a chance to choose.
Yeah.
Sit the poor child in the barbershop and ball and skin back him head.
Respect dragons.
And skin back him head. We didn't bald our heads and we didn't shave our beards.
Yeah, Nick, talk about it.
That was against the laws of God.
Talk about it. Talk about it, man. It's become a fad.
That's right.
It's become a fad in Israel. Shaved face.
That's right.
Now,
Come on, man.
I spoke about being presumptuous, right? And right now, he said the man that will do presumptuous. Presumptuous means insolent, arrogance, and pride.
That word.
Pride.
Uh-oh.
That word.
Right? Pride is a dangerous thing.
Yes.
Pride gets in the way of you serving God. We're going to dig in more and more and more so into that word pride in Proverbs 11. When a person has a proud heart or he has pride in him, he looks at you as a failure. A person with pride looks at you as a failure by ignoring your strengths and magnifying your weakness, magnifying the things that you did wrong. He magnifies the things that you did wrong to pick himself up, right? To establish himself as superior. I'm over you. I'm on top of you. So I magnify your faults.
That's in the heart.
That's what pride does. Pride is a deadly mixture of discontent.
Uh-oh.
You know what discontent means? You're not satisfied.
Uh-oh.
Discontent means you're not satisfied, right? Discontent and greed, which leaves you unsatisfied and angry at every inconvenience and affliction. But that's what pride does.
Those are the ways.
That has to deal with what?
Those are your ways.
Your ways. That has to deal with your ways. All right? One of the definition of pride, of presumptuous, right? It also means insolent. Insolent means insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct. Impudent means disregard of others. The laws tells us to regard each other. When you're impudent, you don't have no regard for nobody.
Uh-oh.
Infantry or effrontery is insolent or impertinent in behavior. Impertinent means disregard for others.
Oh, my goodness.
All right? Pride is self-pleasure. What you desire is what counts. What I like is what counts. I want you to discard everything else and just respect and honor what I'm telling you. That's pride.
Yeah.
That's pride.
Yeah.
We don't see the road that we're taking that's leading us to destruction. We don't see the road that we're taking that's leading us to destruction. We don't see it. Let's
15.
go ahead, read.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom Israel thy El shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply horses to
You shall not multiply horses to yourself,
nor cause the people to return to Egypt,
nor cause the people to return to Egypt.
to the end that he shall multiply horses. For as much as Israel had said unto
And
thee,
that was their favorite spot. Anytime anything went wrong, they tried to gather and went back to Egypt. You know why? Because they haven't forgotten their past. They haven't let go of their past.
Uh-oh.
And because you haven't let go of your past, you're able to return.
Uh-oh.
You're able to go back because you didn't let go of it in the first place. When we come to serve this God and do these laws, commandments, and statutes, I have to come to God with a clean slate.
Let go.
Let go of what I was taught. Let go of this past life and acknowledge that whatever I was taught before I came to the realization of who God is, let go of that because you don't want to start making comparisons. You don't want to start making comparisons from what you read in the book to what you learned before in your past life.
For as much as Israel hath said unto you, he shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. God knows. God knows what changes your heart and turns your heart away from God. He said, don't multiply horses. And he told the king, don't have multiple wives. Because by doing these things, that's going to turn your heart away from God. Because when you have these things, pride sets in. Go ahead.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver or gold.
Don't have multiply silver or gold. Read.
And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law.
See, all these things that God is saying, this is what keeps you of a lowly spirit. This is what keeps that humble spirit on you. Don't multiply horses. Don't multiply wives. Don't multiply silver and gold, which means I'm not going to, don't get rich. Person with a lot of money has a lot of pride. Go ahead, read.
This shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law.
Write him a copy. Mishneh. Study by oral repetition. And who is he writing this copy from?
Out of that which is before the priest.
The priest. Which means what? Only two people had the book. The high priest had the book and the king. Now look what God told him to do with that book. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be with him. He shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear.
It shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life. Every day I gotta read Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. That's the only books that they had.
That's it.
And those books, all these books that I done mentioned, came from the mouth of God.
That's right. You don't need no other book.
Came from the mouth of God directly. Because Moses went up into the mountain for how many days? 40 days, 40 nights, receiving the commandments of God. Moses wrote those first 5. That didn't come out of no man's mind. The laws of God didn't come out of man's mind. That was the mentality of God. Go ahead.
That he may learn to fear Israel his El, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them.
To do them. So by reading the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, I will learn how to fear God. That's the only way to learn how to fear God. So this is something that has to be done every day. Every day, your head got to be in this book reading. Every day, you got to find time to put your head in this book reading so that it can have an effect on your spirit. Go ahead, Kaza.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren.
That his heart be not lifted up. Lifted up his pride, above his brethren.
And that he turn not aside from the commandment, to the right hand or to the left. To the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom. He and his children and the victory of Israel.
Okay. Let's go to Genesis 38. Genesis chapter 38.
Genesis chapter 38.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass at that time that Yehuda went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adullamite whose name was Hirah. Yehuda saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her.
Now, Judah left off from his brothers and went down and turned into a certain Adullamite whose name was Hirah. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. It's a Canaanite woman. a Canaanite woman, Shua. The mingling did not start yet. This is the beginning of building a nation. At this point in time, it is just Jacob, his 12 sons, and his daughters. So Judah, within the sons of Jacob, took the Hittites after they wiped out that whole city for defiling and profaning their sister. They took all their women. They took all their sheep. They took everything that belonged to them and wiped all the men out. So they married into these women. The beginning of building a nation. You know when the mingling started? When God told them in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy. He said, don't go, when you go over, when you pass the Jordan, he said, wipe out these 7 nations. He said, don't marry into their daughters, and don't allow your daughters to marry into their sons, because they're going to turn your hearts away from following after me. When we cross the Jordan, that's when the mingling process started. Let's read.
And he took her and went unto her. And she conceived and bare a son. And he called his name
Er.
And she conceived again and bare a son.
And
she called his name Onan.
Onan.
And she yet conceived again and bare a son. He called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezi when she bore him.
He was at Kezi when she bore him. Read.
And Yehuda took a wife for his firstborn, whose name.
And Yehuda and Judah firstborn, Judah took a wife for his firstborn. The father usually takes the wife for the sons and the daughters. Sometimes you had different instances where the son would choose and get his own wife. Okay? But the father chose the husband for the daughter. Go ahead.
And Yehuda's firstborn, Genesis 38, verse 7. Yehuda's firstborn was wicked in the sight of El Israel, and El Israel slew him.
Was wicked in the sight of God. What did he do that God said was wicked and wasn't mentioned? We don't know why God slew him. We don't know why God slew him. What he did that God considered as wicked and evil. Right? So God slew him. Tamshi.
Yehuda said unto Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her.
Judah did. Now we said, go where?
Go in unto thy brother's wife.
Okay, that was Onan. Now, the only way this is accepted, right? You're gonna go in, you're gonna stay where you at, and I'm gonna read something for you in Deuteronomy 25. See, the law backs each other up. All right? It said if there be a controversy between men, an argument, a debate between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judge may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. Right? When you condemn the wicked, it means what? To declare. Right? To declare what? Wrong or evil after evidence. After the evidence is shown, then I can say what's wrong, what's evil, what's good, and what ain't good. Right? And this shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face according to his fault by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him and not exceed. Lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee, because you done went over the 40 stripes. You gave him 50. You didn't give him according to what God said to give him. He said, thou shalt Let me go. All right. Let me go to the point. He said, if brethren dwell together and one of them die, this is the only time when this is accepted. We live together, right? Brothers is living together. 2, 3, 4, 5 brothers is living together, right? One brother dies, right? And have no child. He said, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. The law is that the wife that was married to this guy here, if he dies, she can't go outside and marry a stranger or a dude out there, right? He said her husband's brother, the next in line, right, should go into her, have sex with him. The woman that her husband died, I gotta go into her, right, and take her to him to wife and perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the reason why I have to go into my brother's wife is because my brother died without a son. He died without children. He didn't have no children. He didn't have a son to continue his name. So my older, not really any, it could be a brother, right? He dies. The next in line got to go into your brother's wife and have a child. And once he have a son, that son would not be my son. That son is to continue the name of the dead brother. That's the law, right? Now we're going to see why Onan did what he did. Go ahead, read.
And Onan knew that the seed should not
Onan knew that the seed should not be his. Is dead. The law said that Onan got to go into Er's wife to raise up seed in honor, to raise up seed for his dead brother. But Onan knew that the seed was not going to be his. What Onan did?
And it came to pass when he went in unto his brother's wife that he spilled it on the ground.
He went into his brother's wife, and instead of raising seed or raising a son or having a son to continue your brother's name, he pulled out. When he was about to ejaculate, he pulled out and spilled the seed on the ground. Tamshi. Lest
that he should give seed to his brother.
And
the thing which he did displeased.
The thing that he did displeased God. The thing that he did was evil in the eyes of God. You see what's evil? The book shows us what's evil. What is displeasing in the eyes of God. What God delights in. What he likes. What he accepts. Right? He said, wherefore he slew him also. God killed him just for doing that. Verse 11.
Then said Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, till shall not my son be grown.
Judah told his daughter-in-law, he said, listen, remain a widow at thy father's house. He said, go to your father's house, remain a widow, stay to yourself. Read.
What he said, lest peradventure he die also, as his brother.
No, go back.
Then said Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown.
Till Shelah my son be grown. Because remember, all three of these boys lived together. Yeah. Died. He was evil in the eyes of God. God killed him, and he didn't have no seed. Onan went into his brother's wife that died to raise up seed for his dead brother, to continue his dead brother's name, but he knew that the seed would not be his, so he pulled out when he was about to ejaculate and spilled the seed on the ground. Correct. And God said that was evil. He killed them. So now the third son, he's next in line. He got to go into Tamar and raise up seed for his dead brother, right? But the reason why he told her to go to her father's house and remain a widow was because Shelah was not grown yet. He was still a child. He was still a child. So he told her, go back to your father's house till my son Shelah be grown. When he get older, then he will go into you to raise up seed for your dead husband. Tamshi.
Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did.
Tamshi.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's wife, died. And Yehuda was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers in Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite.
So his Shua's wife died at this time. Hira the Adullamite was his friend. So they going to share sheep. During sheep sharing, it goes down. It's like a party. Go ahead, read.
And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garment from off her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in the open place.
Okay. Which means what? Different attires prescribe who you are. Tells me who you are. There was an attire of a widow. There's a widow attire. There's a harlot's attire. There's an attire that married women wear. There's an attire that virgins wear. And according to your attire, I can tell who you are. I can tell if you're married. I can tell if you're a widow. I can tell if you're a harlot. I can tell if you're... All these attires tells me who you are. That's why, as we read the book, Tamar found out that Judah was sharing the sheep with Hira the Adullamite, right? Right? It says she put her widow's garment from off her. She took her widow's garment off, covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself. She took her attire of a widow off, and she covered her face with a veil, and she wrapped herself. What does that mean? And now you don't see people do that no more. When she wrapped herself, that's called a sari. A sari is not sewn. You don't have to go to a seamstress to sew that. A sari is a material where you take the material and you wrap it around your whole body. When you're done wrapping that, you lock it. You got to know how to wrap a sari for it not to unravel. That takes skills. So she wrapped herself in a sari. Now, what happens when you wrap your body in something? It's close. It's close. It ain't going to be loose. You can't wrap a sari loose because it's going to unravel. It's close. Which means what? The sari showed your figure. Which means that was the attire of a harlot. They wrapped the saris and they wore a veil. What is the veil? The veil covered her face. Even the harlots had shame in them. Which means they used to go in an open place. What is an open place? An open place is where traffic is at. They want to be noticed. So a woman with some type of virtue, I don't want to be noticed by you.
Say it again.
A woman with virtue doesn't want to be noticed by other men.
By everybody.
So therefore, because you have virtue in you, you would dress accordingly and look a certain way because I only want to be noticed by my man.
Yeah, you ain't gonna wear tight fitted stuff outside.
I only want to be noticed by my man. And that's where I get that from. Tamar went in the open place. The open place, when you go into the open place, that's where you are noticed at.
Yeah.
That's what Tamar did.
Talk about it. Say it.
Okay? It said she put her widow's garment off from her, covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way of Timnath. Tamshi.
Before she saw that Sheila.
She saw and realized, why did Tamar do that? She's supposed to be home, a widow, waiting for Judah.
Right.
But she realized that Sheila was grown. She realized that Sheila was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. The only thing that this woman is worried about,
the law must be accomplished.
that woman is worried, know what she's worried about? Raising up a son and having a son for her dead husband. That's what she's thinking about. I'm not thinking about getting my rocks off. Only God knows how long she stayed without a man.
She didn't go back to dating.
No. She stayed to herself. You know why? Because God put a curse on man and woman. We are unstable. Our hormones is unstable and reckless. These people was able to refrain and stay to themselves, man. Yeah.
Feel like beasts.
So, yeah. Okay, so verse 14, Kala.
14.
Uh-huh.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be an harlot.
Okay, so now Judah saw her. Judah didn't recognize that was Tamar. You know why he couldn't recognize her? Because she covered her face. And that was the attire of all harlots. They wrapped themselves in hot saris and they covered their face so that you ain't gonna know who you laying with.
That's right.
Okay? So when Judah saw her, he said, if he seen her face, he would have realized, man, that's Tamar. What you doing here? But he couldn't realize that was Tamar. So go ahead, read.
Because she had covered her face.
Uh-huh.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock.
Go back.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot. Read.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee.
Hey, man, look, I tell you one thing about these men, man. They ain't spit no game. They came to you straight up. Hey, listen, man. Go to, I pray thee. Listen, man. I wanna lay with you. I wanna have sex. Lay with you just a night. Listen, I wanna go into you, man. That's it. he ain't had to be around the bush. Bathroom. You don't listen to what I'm telling you. Bathroom. Who in the bathroom? Listen to what I'm telling you. Well, go ahead, read.
Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee.
He said, Go to, I pray thee. He said, Let me come in unto thee. Read.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law.
He didn't know that she was his daughter-in-law. Tom, she.
And she said,
Look what she told him.
What wilt thou give me?
What are you going to give me?
That thou mayest come in unto me.
That you're going to come in unto me. Which means you got to give me something. You can't get this for free.
Everybody wanted free.
You can't get this for free. And that's the mentality of the men today. Talking about she's playing hard to get. What do you mean she's playing hard to get? She's trying to pick your mind to see if you're worthy for me to open my damn legs to. Could you go and open your legs to these God-forsaken men that just want to sleep with you? Then you have a kid. Now you got to put the God-forsaken Negro on child support because he start acting a certain way. You know, niggas have sex with you. And then after they have sex with you, they don't want you no more. It's on to the next one.
She better not come on talking about you pregnant.
Yeah.
What you mean she better not?
Better not. You went into it without.
You put it in there.
That's the mentality of these stinking niggas today, man. We can't have that mentality if you want to serve God, man.
Total lawlessness.
Without no law, son.
With everything.
We can't have that mentality serving God.
Slow it down, man. Slow it down to a stop.
You know how long it takes you to realize that? To really come to terms and say, man, you know what? If my intention is not to marry the woman, I'm not having sex with you. I'm not having sex with you. I'm not doing that. And we don't have that mentality. Men today don't have that mentality. You know what their mentality is? Screw everything moving. That wasn't our forefathers' mentality. That's not our forefathers' mentality, man. Let's read.
And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock.
I will send thee a kid from the flock.
And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it?
Now, he didn't have the flock with him. So she said, listen, You got to give me something.
Yeah,
Can you give me a pledge? A pledge is something given off of collateral.
Right.
Off of collateral. In place of. All right? Go ahead. Look what she asked for now.
He said, what pledge shall I give you?
What pledge shall I give you?
She said, thy signet, thy
Your
bracelet,
signet.
and thy bracelet,
Your bracelet.
and thy staff that is in thy
And your
hand.
staff. Those are all identification. Your signet. Your bracelet. Your petileka, which means your binding. Right? And your staff.
Right.
Those are all identification.
Yeah.
You can identify a man by those three things. Why she asked for that is because she's supposed to be home
The whole time.
the whole time,
Right.
waiting for Sheila to grow.
Right.
But she seen and realized that Sheila was grown already.
And acting.
Nothing happening. So she went, took off her widow's apparel, dressed up like a harlot, covered her face with a veil, and went in the open place to be noticed. Judah saw her. She asked for those identifications to prove that who I'm laying with is you. I wasn't playing the whore. I wasn't sleeping around. I wasn't sleeping with Tom, Dick, and Harry. I chose you because this is out the same line. Go ahead, read. And my mentality is to raise up seed for my dead husband.
Right.
That's all that woman wanted.
So she was waiting.
And that's all she desired and wanted, was to raise up seed for a dead husband.
Yeah.
Tom she.
And he gave it her and came in unto her.
Uh-huh.
And she conceived by him.
She conceived by him. Read.
And she arose.
She arose.
And
Uh-huh.
made by her veil from her.
Uh-huh.
And put on the garments of her widowhood.
Uh-huh.
Yehuda sent the king by the hand of his friend the Edomite.
Now after he went into her, she took that whorish apparel off, put on her widow apparel, and left. So now Judah go and sent the kid out. He sent the flock to pay the woman. Because they ain't gonna say they paid for what they did for. Whatever they wanted, they paid for it. And these men was honest men. They ain't gonna say, oh man, I forgot. The honesty that's in these men not gonna cause them to forget. That's the amount of honesty that the man had in him.
Did you try to get it for the low?
No, it ain't no low or come down on your price. It's too high. Whatever your price is that you set, I'll take it. Go ahead.
And Yehuda sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Edomite to receive the pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not.
Found her not.
Then he asked him in the back place, saying, where is the harlot?
So where's the harlot?
That was openly by the wayside.
That was by the wayside, read.
And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find this. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in the place. And Yehuda said, let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed.
Lest we be ashamed. Read.
Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. It came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by daughter.
He said, 3 months later, he find out. He said, man, he said, your daughter, Tamar, said, man, she done played the harlot.
Yeah.
Said, she's with child by whoredom. Everybody knows she's supposed to be waiting for Sheila.
Yeah, it's a known thing.
It's a known thing. Go ahead, read.
And when Yehuda said, bring her forth and let her be broke.
He said, man, bring her forth and let her be burned. Man, we're going to burn her alive. Go ahead, read.
And when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, am I with child? And she
Now you hear what she told him? She said, no, Johnny. She said, I wasn't playing the whore. He said, this signet, bracelet, and staff. He said, discern, I pray thee. Who things are these? This is by the man that gave me this. It's who I've conceived by. Read, go ahead, read. And Judah acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I. You see what Judah said? He said, man, Tamar has been more righteous than me. She's been more righteous than me. Go ahead, read.
Yehuda acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son.
You see?
And he knew her again no
He
more.
knew her again no
The
more.
only purpose.
The only purpose of him going into her was to raise up seed for her dead husband.
Yeah.
After that, that's it. It's nothing like, oh, husband and wife.
Now there ain't no relationship.
No, it was nothing like that. That law was set up to raise up seed for the dead, for the man that's dead, so that his name can continue on in life.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Let's go to Proverbs 11. Proverbs chapter 11.
Proverbs chapter 11.
Yeah.
A false balance is abomination to El Israel.
A false balance. A false balance. A deceitful balance is an abomination by God.
Tricky ways.
Tricky ways. You know what a false balance is? When you're selling wares or you're selling things, you sell things by weight. And according to the weight of it, it has to be according to what is weighed. Priced according to his weight. You see these chips? The chips is all big and fat.
Bad.
But then when you open it, it's full of air. And the chips is all the way down. That's a false balance.
It's not what it say on the bag.
Because it's not what it says on the bag. They add air in it.
You getting the weight, you getting charged.
And you're getting the weight, and you're getting charged by the weight. God said that's deceitful, and that's an abomination in his eyes. God detests that. A false balance. Tamshi.
But a just weight is his delight.
A just weight. The word just weight is what? Shalem. A just weight. A whole weight. A complete weight. A correct weight. God delights in that. Those are the things that God delights in. Let's read.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame. The word for pride is zadon. Zayin dalet kolam nun. It means to be presumptuous, and it means to be insolence.
Yeah.
Right? And we went over this earlier. Presumptuous is what? Overstepping due bounds, taking liberty. When you don't regard how God feels about what you are doing against his laws. That's being presumptuous. Would God like this? Would God accept this? Would God like this? Would God accept this? Did Abraham move in this manner? Would Abraham do this? Insolence. Insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct. Impudent. Contemptuous is what? Disrespectful. Disregard for something that should be taken into account. Lacking respect and fear of something that is respected and feared. That's God. Huh? That's right. Your father and your mother.
Respected and feared.
Respected and feared.
Those three.
Those things go together.
Respected and feared.
Because if you don't fear, you're not going to respect.
They go in.
Why it says fear is because you have to be afraid of offending them.
Yeah. Yeah, monkey.
You got to be afraid to offend your father.
Yeah, monkey.
You got to be afraid to offend your mother. You got to be afraid of those things so that you can respect them.
Yeah.
I got to be afraid to say certain things to my mother and my father.
Yeah, monkey.
Because it would take me out of character
Yeah, monkey.
with my parents.
That's right. True crimes. Talk about it.
Let's read.
But with the lowly is wisdom.
But with the lowly, wait, you didn't skip something. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Shame. He said, yeah, you did.
When pride cometh, then
When
cometh
pride
shame.
cometh, right? When presumptuous cometh. When you're presumptuous, then cometh shame. Qualon. It also means dishonor. When pride comes, when you're presumptuous, dishonor steps in. Dishonor steps in.
Talk about
That's deep, man.
Talk about it. Break it
The
down.
reason why you dishonor is because you're presumptuous. That's why you can't honor and respect God. That's why you can't honor your parents, because you're presumptuous. It goes hand in hand. And when you're presumptuous, guess what? You have no boundaries. I don't got no boundaries, so I dishonor whoever the hell I want to dishonor. And I honor when I feel like dishonor and when I feel like honoring. Right?
Right.
Now, he said, pride cometh, then cometh shame. It also means shame, right? What is shame? Shame is a painful feeling of humiliation or distress caused by the consciousness of wrong or foolish doings or behavior. But because you're not shamed, you don't have that shame face about what you did, because you don't have a conscience. You don't have a conscience. And people that don't have conscience would do you anyhow or anyway. They don't have a heart. Okay?
Yeah.
He said, but with the lowly is wisdom. What is lowly? The word for lowly is zenuim. Zenuim means modest or chaste. What is modest? Modest means to be humble. Humble. It also humble, placing a moderate estimation on one's ability or worth. Moderate. I'm not gonna be so grandioso about this, because you're uplifting yourself. And because you're humble, you're going to put a moderate estimation on your ability. I know I can destroy you with a flick of the wrist. But because I'm humble, I put a moderate estimation on. I'm still humble with it. I don't broadcast that. Right. It says not bold. Right? What is bold? Bold is when he said not being bold, right? But when you are bold, you take risks and you're daring. You take risks with God and you take risks with what's before you with man, and you're daring. Right. No good. Go ahead, read.
3. The integrity of the upright shall guide them.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them. Like Job. Job's integrity is what guided him. The amount of integrity that Job had in him is what caused him to extrude evil. To extrude means to turn away.
Yeah.
Okay? All right? Integrity. Integrity, you live, when you have integrity, you live in accordance in your deepest values. In your deepest values, right? Integrity is a value trait found in kings and heads and leaders. Everybody don't have integrity. Everybody don't have that. Those are traits and values that most people don't have. Integrity is firm adherence to a code of morals or artistic values. Values are individual beliefs that motivate you to act one way or another. Your values guides you. That's what guides you and guides your path. Right? Go ahead.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them.
But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. Right? He said, perversion of transgressors shall destroy him. You're going to destroy your own self. What is pervert or pervert? A pervert changes the order of anything. A pervert changes the order from its original state. A pervert changes the standards that God has set up. He sets up the laws, and God has sets the ways that we need to follow, but we pervert those ways. We have perverted the ways of God. Go ahead, read.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath. Read.
But righteousness delivereth from
In
death.
the day of God's wrath, money can't save you. Money can't save you. Read.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way.
But righteousness deliver it from death. But righteousness deliver from death. See, and that's why King Solomon said what he said. He said, money and wisdom is neck to neck. He said, but the excellency of wisdom is that wisdom delivers from death. But money is right there, right after wisdom. But the only thing that wisdom has over money is that it delivers you from death. Delivers you from the wrath of God. Tamshi.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way.
The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way.
But the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness.
The
righteousness of the upright shall deliver them.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them.
But transgressors shall be taken.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them. Remind me of the king, was it King Hezekiah?
Yeah.
King Hezekiah, God was about to kill King Hezekiah. God was going to kill him. He turned towards the wall and told God, he said, haven't I kept all your commandments? God about to kill him. And he turned towards the wall and said, haven't I kept? There's many ways to stay the hand of God. He said, he turned to the wall. He said, man, haven't I kept all your commandments? God got works in, man. He got works in. He followed God wholly and complete to where God, the Creator had to hearken. He said, I did everything you said. I hearkened to all your laws. You know what he did? Turn the sun down 15 degrees backwards and added 15 years to his life.
It only affected him.
Time sheet.
But transgressors shall be taken in their own ordinance.
Transgressors shall be taken. Transgressors shall be captured in their own naughtiness. The word for naughtiness is hawa. What is naughtiness? Hawa. Hawa means what? Their own lust, their own mischiefs, their own destructions, your own mischiefs, and the trouble that you're gonna mess around and die in your own stupidity, in your own foolishness. Right. In your own foolishness. Go ahead, read.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish. His hope shall perish. So guess what? This guy is wicked. Right? He's evil. He's wicked. He didn't serve God. He turned against God and he died. But yet you gonna say, oh Lord God, please bless the memory of John so-and-so.
We don't do that.
God said his hope and his expectation shall perish.
His memory, everything.
What memory?
Yeah.
You know who remember who? You know who? The memory of the righteous is what counts. That's it.
That's right.
The memory of the wicked is going to perish. The hope and the expectation of the wicked is going to perish.
Everything you do.
That's right.
You can't bless the memory of a devil worshiper, man.
No,
Hell no.
no, Tom Sheep.
Backwards.
And the hope of unjust men shall perish. The righteous is delivered out of trouble,
The righteous is delivered. The righteous withdraws. The righteous withdraws. What?
The righteous is
Delivered out of trouble. The word for trouble is zara. Zara means what? Distress and anguish. The righteous withdraws from distress.
Mm-hmm.
Things that causes distress. Things that causes anguish. What is distress? Extreme anxiety, sorrows, or pain.
Yeah.
Anxiety, feeling worry or nervousness. Things that cause these feelings. The righteous is going to invite tension. The righteous pulls away from that. They don't want to be bothered with certain things.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
And the wicked cometh in his stead.
Uh-huh.
An hypocrite with his mouth destroys his neighbor.
A hypocrite with his mouth destroyed his neighbor. The word for hypocrite is kanef. Kanef means what? Profane and impious. Profane means a person that is profane is not devoted to God. Right? A person that is profane is made to become common. What is common? Common is like the common people. Regular, like everybody else. Like everybody else. That's why we have a curriculum and a standard to live by to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst. You don't want to be compared to the common people. Tamshi.
But through knowledge shall the just be delivered.
Through knowledge shall the just be delivered. Read.
When it goeth well with the righteous, the city rejoiceth. And when the wicked perish, they are shouting.
Okay, hold up. He said, a hypocrite with his mouth destroyeth his neighbor. The word destroy is shakat. Shakat means what? Physical, moral, or social collapse. A person with social collapse does not enjoy other people. They're not a social person. You know who was social people? Who had to be social people? God, not God, the king had to be social.
You're in charge of something.
The king, when you're in charge, a leader, a head, you gotta be social because you gotta deal with different people's personalities.
Yeah.
And when you can't, those are traits that not everybody has.
It's a lot.
Everybody can't deal with that.
Moses needed extra spirit.
Moses even asked for help and asked God, he said, why you put the burden of all these people upon me?
His spirit up.
And that was the meekest man that ever lived.
Don't try to be too much, man.
That was the meekest man that ever lived. He said, there'll never be another man like Moses that seen me face to face. And he broke. He said, if you want to deal with me like this, oh Lord, kill me.
Kill me now. I don't want to deal with this.
You know what God told him after that? He said, take you 70 elders whom are known to be elders amongst the nation. Which means not every old sucker is an elder.
That's right.
Remember, they only had 70 old people. You had a lot of different, millions of elders. But he chose 70, which means to be called an elder, it takes a certain character, a certain lifestyle, a certain principles. That's right. 70 elders. And he took the spirit of Moses and put it upon the 70 elders so that these 70 elders can help him with these people and judge these people.
That's a lot, man. What you saying about real personality? Dealing with different personalities?
Yeah.
This guy's like this guy. Oh, wow. Now I got to deal with this guy. It's a lot. It is. It is.
Tom sheet.
11. Proverbs 11, verse 11. By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked.
By the blessings of the upright, the city is exalted. You're right. Because I got a righteous man that's running the nation and everything is in order. Everything is in order, and in order to keep it in order, the people had to hearken.
Yeah.
The people had to listen. You gotta listen. You're always gonna have a sore thumb out the group that wants to reject and go against what the head and what the king said. You didn't have that back then. You got that now. Let's read.
He that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor.
Uh-oh.
But a man of understanding
He that is void of wisdom does what?
despiseth his neighbor.
Despises his neighbor. Right? Void of wisdom. Right? In the Hebrew, it says kasad lev. You know what kasad lev means? He that lacks a heart. He that lacks a heart despises his neighbor. Which means a person or a man that don't have a heart will do certain things. If you have a heart, that will refrain you and stop you from doing certain things. If you don't have a heart, then you're not going to refrain from doing certain things neither. Because you don't have a heart. You don't have a heart. So you do and say things without caring if I offended you. Without caring of how you feel. You don't have a heart.
Talk about it. Thank you, bro.
Time sheet.
But a man of understanding holdeth his peace.
A man of understanding holds his peace. A man of understanding holds his peace. That's heavy, man. The man that held his peace been offended.
Yeah.
Offended.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
Yeah.
And he held his peace.
Yeah.
That's the man that can depart from evil, because that's what understanding is.
Yeah.
A man with understanding can hold his peace.
Talk about it.
That's what understanding is, to depart from evil.
Right.
Time sheet.
A talebearer revealeth
The word for talebearer is rakil. It means a slanderer. What is a slanderer? A slanderer is when you say false oral statements about a person.
That's right. Talk about it.
False oral statements about a person. That's
Talk
not
about it.
true.
Talk about
Time sheet.
A talebearer revealeth secrets. But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter.
He that is of a faithful spirit conceals the matter. That's, oh my
it.
gosh.
Break it down.
I didn't wait to get angry at you, and now I want to spill the beans.
Oh, okay.
Now I want to talk about it.
Oh,
But it took you to get angry at the person to see that.
Oh,
If you wouldn't have got angry, you would have, you would have never heard it.
okay.
But he got angry, and that's when he spilled the beans.
True colors are shining
Okay?
through.
It
like
said,
a
a
rainbow.
faithful spirit concealeth the matter. He holds the matter. He holds certain things. Certain things ought not to be voiced.
Yeah.
We got to keep faithfulness between each other.
Yeah.
We got to be faithful with each other. If we ain't faithful with each other, who we going to be faithful with?
Yeah.
That'll keep us from going outside of our limits.
That will keep us. What? Say that again?
That will keep us from going outside of our limits.
That's right.
Going outside of our behavior with each other.
That's right. The brother said that will keep you from going outside of your limits and your behavior
With each other.
with each other.
It's dead, you want dead.
Time sheet.
Where no counsel is, the people fall.
Where no counsel is, where no guidance is, where no direction is, it's gonna crumble.
Fact on the list.
Which means if there's no direction and guidance, to have direction and guidance, we gotta listen.
Gotta follow the order.
We gotta follow the order. And if we don't follow the order, whatever it is gonna drop.
That's right.
It's gonna crumble. It ain't gonna stand.
That's right.
Everything.
Time sheet.
But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
That's right. Time sheet.
He that is surety for a stranger shall
He that
stop
is
for him.
surety. He that is sure. He that is confident. Right? Sure. Surety. Now, surety for a stranger. Surety is for a stranger means what? I spoke up for him.
Yeah.
I spoke up for him. I'm taking suretyship for him. I'm validating him. Yo, he's good. Don't worry about it. He's good. He's this. He's this. He's this. He's this. He's this. I'm speaking up for this guy. Right? Go ahead, read.
But in the multitude of counselors there is safety.
No, he that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it.
But he that hated surety shall
Right?
be sure.
Now, in the Hebrew, it says Ra Yererua Ki Arab Zad. Right? Ra Yererua means evil will beget evil.
Yeah.
Evil will beget evil. You put out evil, evil is going to come back to you.
Yes, sir.
It's going to come back. Right? Ki Arab Zad. Ki Arab Zad for it. And he that hated suretyship is sure. It's trusted. That's right. Tamshi.
A gracious woman retaineth honor.
A gracious woman retaineth honor. You know what retain means? It means to attain. So there's a way that a woman should be to attain honor. Huh? No, because we're too different. We're too different. A man and a woman. A gracious woman attaineth honor. What is gracious? Gracious means to be courteous. Gracious means to be kind. Gracious means to be pleasant. That type of woman can attain honor. That's why when you have a woman walk outside in pum-pum shorts, and you have a woman that go outside in a long dress at her top, and she's covered and she's walking, they're not going to look at the woman with pum-pum shorts and say, "Have a good day, sister." You know what they're going to respond to the woman with the pum-pum shorts? Yo. Yo, shorty. Yo, let me holler at you for a minute, shorty. Oh, by God's sake, please don't turn around, because he gonna walk up.
Not only the pum now, the tight fitted.
Exactly.
Same thing.
But the woman that dresses with respect, they're gonna say, "How you doing,
That's a
sister?
good one.
Have a good one,
Get out of the way,
sister."
man.
He said, "Get out the sister way. You don't see the woman passing me. Get out the sister way."
They ain't gonna try to drool over.
And they'll pick up for you too.
Yeah.
A woman that's dressed like that, and these ratchet women come, they're gonna step in. No. You don't see how that woman dressed, they're gonna step in. You've seen it. I've seen it. Seen it already.
That's how she got on.
Negroes out here will protect you.
That's how she carry herself or how she dress. How she carry herself.
How you carrying your manners.
The more loose you dress, the more
It's what you're gonna get. It's what you're gonna bring to yourself.
That's what you look for.
Talk about
Let's go. A gracious woman attaineth honor.
Strong men retain riches.
Strong men retain riches, maintain or rely upon his riches. Tamshi.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul. The merciful man do good to his own soul. So if you have any amount of mercy, you're going to do good to yourself. In order for me to do good to you, I got to be good to myself. You can't expect good from a person that's not good to himself. I'm not good to myself. How are you expecting me to be good to you? I do this to my own self. And you looking for a different reaction from this guy here or from this person? You're not going to get it. He said, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. The word for cruel, it means pernicious. Right? Cruel. Willfully causing pain or suffering to others, feeling no concern about it. I will willfully cause pain to you, and I ain't concerned of how you feel about it. And the person didn't violate you. There was no violation, but I want to put pain on you.
Come on, man.
And inflict pain. Right? Pernicious is a person that implies. Pernicious is a person that implies irreparable harm done through evil. You can't make no repairs for it. But I'm doing this in this evil consumption that I have within me.
Yeah.
Tom sheet.
That's right. The wicked worketh a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward.
The wicked work and a deceitful work. But to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. Tom sheet.
He that is firm in righteousness seeketh life.
As righteousness tended to life, so he, as righteousness tended to life, righteousness is what gives life. Righteousness is what gives life.
Yeah.
And you know what I always ask myself? And Ezra said it in the Apocrypha. He said, what's the use of living unrighteously to suffer for it
And
after death?
it makes no sense.
It don't make no sense.
Say it again, brother. Say it again.
Ezra said that, man. He said, what's the sense of living unrighteously
Now
and to suffer for it after death?
Yeah, pay for it after
Because people think after you die,
It's
that's
over.
it.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk
Telling
about it,
everybody rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Talk about it, John.
Not rest.
Not everybody is at peace.
Talk about it. Nobody goes up there.
And nobody goes to heaven.
Everybody goes.
All the spirits goes down. Because guess what? There's levels down there. There's sections down there.
Righteous section.
God said the lot of the righteous,
And I rest upon
the portion of the righteous shall not rest upon the lot of the wicked, which means we have different portions.
That's right.
Section over there. Section over there.
My portion is not your portion.
That's right.
I'm not wicked.
We ain't going to the same place.
I'm not wicked. I'm not going to keep telling myself I'm wicked. No, I'm getting myself out of that wicked zone because I don't know, we don't know when we dying. I don't know, we don't know when we dying.
Fact.
So Ezra, he said, say that.
That's a
When
fact.
you need a house, that's the last time you will see that
May
person
not see that.
because he ain't coming back
May not
or
come
she ain't coming back.
back. Maybe the last time you see him. Spoke to him.
So we got to live our lives according to what God said, staying ready.
That's right.
We got to be ready.
Dying your faithfulness.
Tom sheet.
But he that pursueth evil seeketh his own death.
He that pursueth evil seeketh
Doing it
his
yourself.
own death.
Doing this to yourself. Doing it to yourself.
You know what pursue evil is? You started it. The situation is dead. Ain't nothing happening. And you're pursuing the matter.
Going,
Yeah.
Dragging it out, they say.
Yeah.
I'm dragging it.
Get your head bust.
That's what they say.
It said, they that are overthrown in heart are an abomination to God. What is froward? Froward
Be against
is to be against.
opposition.
Froward is to be against. He said, I read in the book, one book, he said, froward thinking separates from God. What is froward thinking? Froward thinking are thoughts that is contrary and opposite to the thinking pattern of God. It's opposite to God. He said those things separate you from God. There are a lot of things that separate us from God and builds a distance and pushes you away from God.
Yeah. Say it again. Talk about it.
Tom sheet.
They that are overthrown in heart are an abomination to El Israel. But
Uh-huh.
such as are upright in their way are his delight.
But such as are upright in your ways. I have to be upright in my ways. There's a way that is prescribed for man to be.
That's right.
There is a way that we need to be
That's
so
right.
that God can look at you and say, this man is upright.
That's right.
This man is righteous.
That's right.
Look at his ways.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished. But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered, shall escape. Tamshi.
As a jewel in the swine's mouth, so is a fair woman which is without discretion.
He said a jewel, a gold nose ring in the nose of a pig.
Something valuable.
Something valuable in something that is an abomination by God.
Right.
It don't look good.
Something that looks so good.
It don't look good. Right? He compared that to what? So is a fair woman.
A pretty woman.
A beautiful woman. Oh my God, she's bad. She look good. Put her in a magazine. Coca-Cola bottle shape. But she got all this beauty. She ain't got no damn discretion.
Break it down, brother. What you mean by that?
She don't have
Discretion.
no discretion.
Yeah.
And God compared that to a pig with a damn gold, a piece of gold in her in the pig's nose.
Don't you know she ain't got no discretion,
Right?
brother?
So the word discretion
Break that down.
means to be discreet.
Break that down.
Right? I had it on the paper here somewhere, but I don't feel like going through it. No. Right? The word discretion means to be discreet. Right?
Yeah.
God speaks about man being discreet and having discretion.
Man has to be discreet.
Women also have to have discretion.
Yeah.
But our discretion is two different things. Women's discretion is different from a man's discretion. But we all need to have discretion. All right?
Right time to open your mouth.
Right.
Right things to say.
Now, discretion means what? Being discreet. Circumspection. Circumspect. You know what it means to be circumspect? I'm on point with myself. And I will not allow my emotions to cause me to get out of character or say things to offend. So I'm circumspect with myself. Watching myself. God said, be circumspect with yourself. Take heed to yourself. Right? Cautious. Reserved in speech.
Say too much, man.
Don't say too
Say
much.
man.
That's being discreet.
Stop mouthing off so much.
You're the only one I hear.
When a woman is opposite to that and she's not discreet and running her mouth, guess what? You can be beautiful, but you're ugly.
It's ugly.
Ugly.
Nobody
But
wants
you're
you.
ugly.
That's a fact.
Yeah, let her go.
But you're ugly and nobody gonna want you.
Hey, you got something to say everything.
Right?
You don't want to say nothing else.
Now,
Can't do it.
discretion is also ability to make responsible decisions.
Ability
Ability
to make responsible
to make responsible
decisions. Make
decisions.
the right decision. Make the responsible
Now,
decision.
that ability everybody don't have.
Another ability.
That's not for the woman.
That's why you need counsel.
That's also discretion in men.
Uh-huh.
Us as men have to have that ability to make a responsible decision because not everything have to go into blows.
That's right.
You need discretion when you're dealing with people, different mindsets. What? Right, right. Let's go. Let's read.
23. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath.
The desire of the righteous is what?
Only
Only good, only good.
The desire of the righteous is only good.
no bad intent, no evil intent.
No bad intent. No evil intent. You know why? Because when you're pushing towards righteousness, every decision, you got to correlate it and make sure that your decision is right, according to what the book says. Now, sometimes in pursuing perfection and being whole and pushing towards righteousness, you're going to make a mistake.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I'm gonna say, you're gonna go your head.
You're gonna bump your head. You're gonna make a mistake, man. I told my woman that. I said, man, sometimes when you pushing, yeah, you don't made your mind up, but you sometimes lean off and you make a mistake. But on the up and up, I'm pushing for God. You on that path already. So sometimes you may slide here. Sometimes you may slide a little here. But the thing is that what? You put yourself back in place. Get back in place.
You don't stay far out there.
You don't stay out there too long.
Talking about when
You're
I'm ready.
able to return back.
Talking about when I'm ready.
You're able to come back.
You will never be ready.
Tom Sheik.
There is that scattereth and yet increasing.
There is, he said, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. There is that scattering. There is that disperse. And yet increase. You got. And I'm able to.
Because you got it coming in.
I got it coming. A person that don't hoard it and able to scatter it and disperse and give, he increases more. It comes back more. Tom Sheik.
And there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty.
Mm-hmm.
The liberal soul shall be made fat.
He said, and there is that withhold it, that hold back more than is meat. But it tended to poverty. Tom Sheik. Still in need. The liberal soul shall be made fat. What is the liberal soul? The liberal soul is one that gives. He gives freely. He's generous. He gives. Everybody know, oh, you go to this guy gonna give you. He gonna look out for you, man. You hungry, this guy look you need. No, he gonna give you. You got everybody coming here because they don't expect to be let down.
When that guy said he can't do it or no, well, he ain't got it no more. It's used up. It's getting bad up. So what we dealing with, man?
Mm-hmm. He said, he that water it shall be watered also himself. Tom Sheik.
He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him.
Too hungry. He's starving. And you holding the food back. They're going to curse you, man.
True.
I see that with bums in the street. The dude hungry, he come back and say, yo, man, I'm hungry. I seen X do that. X walk around with a teddy bear. And he's a hard bum. He's hard. You not messing with him. You not going to pick on him. Yeah, he sleeps in the street, on the train, and he beg, but go ahead and mess with him. So X comes on the train. I'm going my way to work. So X comes on. He said, I'm not here to hurt nobody. I ain't on drugs. All I want is something to eat. That's all I want. So he go around. He said, bro, you got something to eat? Go through the whole train. Nobody give him nothing. X spazzes on the train. What the? Yo, X spazzes on the train and start wilding on everybody on the train. He wowed so much that people clears the whole car. Next thing he look at me. I said, X, man, stop that, man. He said, man, you know what I'm saying, God, man. Man, I'm hungry, man. I'm not here to hurt anything, to explain this. So I go on my back, take something, give it to him. He sit down in the corner. He go sit down and he eat it.
Calm down.
He calm. He wants something to eat. But he get crazy when people don't give him.
Don't curse him.
He said, you withhold the corn. He said, the people will curse you.
Shall curse you.
Tom Sheik.
But blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it.
Tom
He
Sheik.
that diligently seeketh good procureth favor.
He that diligently seek it good, procure favor. If you seek and desire and want to be good, if you seek good, your will and your desire, you're going to desire the favor. You're going to seek after favor. You're going to desire those things. Tom Sheik.
But he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto
It's
him.
going to come to you, Tom Sheik.
He that trusteth in his riches shall fall, and the righteous shall flourish as a branch.
Tom Sheik.
He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind.
He that troubleth, he that disturbs, he that have his house in disorder, shall what?
Inherit the wind.
Shall inherit the wind. I didn't know you can disturb your own house. He said he that disturbs his own house, trouble in his own house, you're going to inherit the wind. That's one thing you don't mess with, man. You don't disturb a man's house. You don't disturb your own house because everything is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah. It's going to be crazy.
You're going to lose everything.
Right. Tom C.
And the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart.
Read.
The fruit of the righteous is the tree of life.
The fruit of the righteous is the tree of life. What is the fruit? When it says the fruit, it ain't talking about actual fruit. It's talking about the effects of consequences of one's actions. Okay? Of the righteous is the tree of life, Tamshi.
But he that winneth souls is wise.
He that winneth souls is wise. The word for winning, I don't remember what it was. I gotta check it out. I'm gonna check it out right now, and then I'm gonna come down.
Loquia. Loquia.
Right, loquia. Loquia, to lay hold of. To lay hold of. He that lay hold of.
It's conjugated differently. So
Right.
they don't know loquia is to take.
Right, to take.
This is different. This is I think it's conjugated different. So we make it different.
I gotta look into that. I had that definition somewhere. Somewhere in here. All right, and with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was brought.
Every time.
And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Van Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my leader, and my teacher, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to princes, chief men, ministers, brothers and sisters. I bid y'all to talk about both brothers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Mikhail.
We're going to go to the book of the Apocrypha. Okay? Second Maccabees, chapter 7. He said, it came to pass also. But before I even start, this is towards the end. This is like (125) BC. It's counting down to 70 AD. 70 AD was the year when General Titus, Roman General Titus, sacked Jerusalem.
70 AD.
70 AD. Ever since that day, Jerusalem's been the same ever since then. On that day, everything, you heard the man was talking about sacrifices, altar, incense, and everything that was inside the temple that belonged to God to worship his name, they took out. The Romans snatched it out and they took it back to Italy, okay, to a city called the Vatican. Y'all know what that is today. It's called the Vatican. The Vatican, the Romans, everybody who they conquered and plundered, they took whatever was valuable to the people. They took the riches of the people. So Israel got put in that slot with everybody else to get conquered. Okay? Because by that time, all the great men are dead. All the prophets don't got killed. Jeremiah is gone. Nobody's around no more. Everybody's doing what they want to do. All right? You only have a certain amount of people, families, individuals that are still holding on to the commandments of God. All right? They're still in the land, but these are the last of the people. Now, this is the last 100 years of Israel being in the land. This is like the last generation of Israelites in the land. Right now, the Greeks are taking over. Okay? They have taken over. All right? And some of the Israelites say, hey, you know what? We're going to start doing things like the Greeks now. So some of them said, forget the Shabbat. Some of them that were circumcised took a hot knife and made themselves, okay, very painful. They made themselves uncircumcised again. There's a way to do it, but it's very, very highly, extremely painful. But they did that to prove that they're not down with the Most High and these laws no more. Back then, if you was still down with these commandments, they'll kill you. They don't put you in slavery. You don't go to the prison yards. You don't get banished. They kill you. So that's what's going on now. There's a wave of Syrian philosophy, which is called Hellenism. Hellenism, one of the definitions of Hellenism, right? You got two definitions. The first one is the philosophy, the art, dialogue, and everything of Greeks. Of Greeks, Greek people, nobody else. Hellenism was started by Greek people. And the second meaning is a converted Jew. Meaning, Hellenism was designed by the Greeks as their own culture, but it was also designed to get those people that they called Jews, which were the Israelites. It was designed to get them away from God. Specifically, everything that they did in their culture, see, you say, oh wow, their culture, the only culture is what God, you know what the culture is? What God said. These commandments. Egyptian culture, paganism. All of that stuff you told, oh, this culture and these people is paganism. Okay? And in time, you started having people coming out. You know, I'm an Israelite. I'm still with the commandments. But now the Syrians have taken over. And their way is being promoted and influenced to everybody. So now my kids are coming out and they like half Israelite, half Syrian now. The children are coming out more Syrian, more heathen, more pagan than their parents. That's what's happening now in Israel. That's what happened then. So I'm creating this scenario so y'all can understand what is going on. All right? There's no king. There's no army. There's no more. God ain't raising up no more judges. The prophets are gone. Most of the prophets were killed by the Israelites, the same people who they were told to go and prophesy to. And some were also killed by their captives. So there's no more prophets. There's no hero. There's nobody like David. Okay? There's nobody even close enough to God now that he could put this spirit on him like Samson. None of this is happening. Now you're really on your own, and your dedication to God will be put in question at this time now. This is what's going on now, okay? It said, it came to pass that 7 brethren with their mother were taken. Okay? You got 7 brothers. 7 brothers. One with their mother. No father. Father's dead. So you got 7 brothers. They hold their mother down. All right? I'm in 2 Maccabees chapter 7. They were taken by the Greeks. He said, and compelled being forced. They were taken by the Greeks and compelled by the king against the law to taste swine flesh. They picked one law. You ain't got to, just one law. Because they know the science. They've been told that all you got to do is cause them to sin against their God. And you will be able to get them. You'll be able to conquer them because their God fights for them. This is what goes down. This is how it is. This is how they get down with their God. Their God fights for them if they're correct. If they behave and they listen to these commandments that their God gave them, he's going to fight for them. You're not going to win. No matter what you try, you're not going to win. Balaam was hired, a devil worshiper, a soothsayer. He was hired by people called Moab. He said, destroy these people, curse them, put a curse on them, put a hex on them. All right? He said, no, man, I can't do it because God blessed these people. And he told me to curse you, and you, and you, and you, and look at it right there, yeah, y'all too, and y'all too. That's what wound up happening. It backfired. And they said, why? He said, Most High looked at Israel. He said he didn't find no iniquity in them. Not one individual was violating the commandment amongst all those millions of people. That was the only time they were straight. That was the only time in history the whole nation was correct before God. And God looked and did not see no fault, no flaw, no blemish, nothing profane in their hearts or in their houses. Okay? So the curse would not go through. God would not allow the curse to go through on them. Okay? That was back then. Now, you don't have none of this. The hedge is gone. God has moved away from the people and allowed the Syrians and the Greeks to move in. He said, well, why would God do this? Read. You didn't listen to the warning? He said, yo, if I don't do these commandments, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. And if you still stubborn up, I'm going to multiply your sins 7 times more. Leviticus, what, 26? Right? Read Leviticus 26 tonight, and you're going to see that everything that God said he's going to do, if you don't listen, he multiply it. When you don't listen, he multiply you. All that stuff you was talking about today, about pride, this and that, if we don't follow these commandments and change our ways, it will increase 7 times more. God is going to increase it. The same way he hardened Pharaoh's heart. That's right. To make an example, to show that he's God, not you. So you know what? I'm going to make you say yeah, then I'm going to make you say no. Right. Now when you say no, bang, I'm going to bang your gods. Bang, I'm going to make you cry out. And then I'm going to make you get soft again. And you go to regular self. And he said, I will harden his heart. He told Moses the game. He said, listen, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep hardening his heart, breaking him down. And the name of the Most High God is declared through the destruction of Egypt. He said, I brought them out with a mighty hand. Those plagues, the stretched out arm, those plagues, it holds a lot. And it defies all the idols of Egypt and what they believed in. Oh, do you believe in that? You say that's going to save you? Well, I'm going to multiply it. It's going to be all in your houses now. Uncontrollable. Pray to that God of what you believe in now and see if it's going to stop. God controls that. So they are forcing people to eat swine's flesh. Okay? Now you eat the swine's flesh, they will make you rich. You go against the commandments of God, we'll make you a celebrity. We'll make you a star. Okay? Because that's it. We're gonna force you to eat it. You eat it, you live. Matter of fact, you a big shot. Guess what? You're gonna be propelled amongst us. We're gonna hold you in high regard. Okay? You're gonna do it at the beginning. Okay? All you need is one to violate with God. Now you have an opening. And they knew this. They finally found out what power empowers these people? Who's fighting for them? Who's their God? Remember, you don't know what God look like. They always want to know, yo, man, how every time we get weird stuff happening in their favor? After a while, they started to figure out. And they told them the science of it. Once they sin, commit iniquity, their God is not going to fight for them. He's going to pull back and make them pay for their sins. Now, in paying for their sins, before you die here on the planet, other people was able to put them in captivity, and injustices were done to them as a people because of their sins. Don't ever think that God abandoned, oh man, this guy, he was right, and he died, okay, with God's law. Okay? That's correct and proper. See how the heathen think is backwards. You died for this. That's the mentality you're supposed to have.
That's right.
You're supposed to die before you think of, oh, that's not, that law ain't too much. But every law, he said, all thy commandments, every law matters.
Has the same value.
They all have the same value.
Right.
But once you start breaking one, it's a chain reaction. Because you leave an opening. Okay? And if you eat this swine's flesh, you're going to be good. It's going to make you live. You're going to be over here. All right? He said, and they were tormented with scourges and whips.
Verse 1.
Huh? Yeah, I just finished verse 1. Now we have 2.
Yeah. But one of them that spake first and said, thus, what wouldst thou ask or learn of us? We are ready to die rather than to transgress the laws of our father.
Okay, one brother, remember, there's 7 brothers with their mother. She had 7 sons. She ain't had no daughters. 7 sons. So you know the father's dead. He's not with his baby mama over here. They didn't get down like that.
Right.
He's not with his girlfriend over here now.
That's right.
She get on my nerves. They didn't get down like this.
Right.
He died. Told y'all most of the time the man died first.
That's right.
That's why certain things are set up. But when he leave here, because it's expected for him to leave first.
Right.
It's supposed to be this way. Right. And then the wife, she gathered her strength, right?
Right.
The whole time the husband is alive. You know when she exert that strength? When he dies. Because that's what's going to keep her following what he taught her.
Can I take the
Yes.
Steve Harvey said something.
Yeah.
Right? And I didn't always have that mentality, but what he said was right. He said, what's wrong with these new age men? Asking the woman, what do they bring to the table? He said, the responsibility of man when you take a woman is to take care of the woman and the children and the house. He said, what you mean about what you bring to the table?
You know
and when I listened to him,
you know why they say that?
Man, right.
Let me tell you why they say that.
And that's what the book said.
You know why they say that?
Bring to what table? Society
makes people say things like that. Because most of the women that we're dealing with are not virgins. We're not getting them out of the righteous house. Okay? They have nothing. Some of them can't have kids. Some of them are like this. Remember the society we're living in.
Okay. Right.
It's not a godly society.
No.
Everybody's guarding themselves.
Right.
The woman is saying, now you ain't getting nothing unless you can pay the bills. The man is saying, well, look, man, I was with this woman. I did right, and I did pay the bills, and I got burned.
Right.
So now you got to come with something. Yeah. So you got to understand it. Those are heathens with their questions to another heathen. And that answer, because what? It's their society. They breed niggers and whores, okay? That's what they breed. They want the men to turn the woman out, okay? That's what they want us to do. Turn the woman out, okay? All right? And then the kids grow up and what they call it? What they call that? With just one parent.
Right.
Single parent.
Single parent home.
This is society we got. We got single parent fathers. We got single parent mothers. Nobody wants to stay together. In the Christian home, they don't stay together. In the Israelite home, they don't stay together. I'm talking about married people with kids. Okay? Go any religion, go anywhere, go any life, anybody you want. Why they don't stay together? Because the society is pushing against. And what they got out here is stronger than what you. That's why he said, read this every day. To keep your mind correct. So you can always see the evil in something, the perverseness in something. That's why they ask questions like that to Steve Harvey, a comedian. A comedian, a man that tells jokes now, all of a sudden he's an advisor. But he don't understand that he's part of that society. He's part of this, all the same. That's why he gave that answer up. He didn't tell them the truth. The truth is, everybody's messed up. So everybody's guarding listen, you gotta come with something. I'm not just gonna give up my substance like this because women are not faithful. And women, hey, look, no, I'm gonna do that because men are not true to what they say. That's why men are saying, you gotta come with something at the table. I don't give up a lot. I did what God said. I was worked by the sweat of my brow. Okay? You ain't got no business leaving. You ain't got no business asking for no damn divorce. They didn't ask for divorces. None of these women in here asked for divorces. You know what they asked for? A man-child. That's what they asked for. Babies for their husband.
Now you got a divorce man.
But look, on the other side now, see what I'm saying? The society.
Twisted.
And how people getting married. The parents ain't got nothing to do with it. That's another reason why. Society. There's only one parent there. You see what's going on? That's why questions being asked. That's why God gave these people these commandments and told them about their ways. Okay? Everybody has a job. The man has a job. He has a lot to uphold. He has a lot to answer for because of what Adam did. All right? The woman has a job. She has a lot to uphold because of what Eve did. Right. And your children ain't got nothing to say. Right. You listen to your parents. You listen to your father not around. You listen to your mother. Never mind. Hey, see, children play sides. Okay? Don't let them play sides with you. Don't let them play sides with you. Hey, me and your mother may not be seeing eye to eye. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Right. You have no opinion. You have no feeling. You ain't even supposed to be here. Stop letting these little children be in your grown conversations. Because that also breeds whoredom in the man and the little boy and the little girl. Because your conversation ain't correct. And what you think they're doing? Sponging. All of that is society. All I got to do with today's society and how people are today because God is not in their lives. These corrections are not being made. These ways are not being recognized. You tell somebody about their ways, be ready to fight. My brother was telling a man about honor. And he said, well, I honor my mother and father. He said, yo, all right. He said, so I'm going to go to the extreme and see where your heart at. He said, your mother come out. You didn't do nothing. Remember, our favorite line is, I didn't do nothing. Yeah. So you didn't do nothing. You're innocent, right? She come out of nowhere. He said, she just curse you, smack you, and spit in your face.
Spit in your face.
He said, what you gonna do? The man said, he thought, 1, 2, 3 seconds. I don't know.
I said, I don't know.
I said wrong answer.
That's not honor.
Wrong answer.
That's not honor.
And I had to explain to him. I said, see, you know the definition. We can read the words and get the definition. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. Now I have to apply my heart to that definition of what honor means. That's why the man be breaking down words up here. Right. So I'm letting y'all know this is what you're supposed to do with the words that he break down. Take the definition and make your heart apply to that definition of what the word is. Or malice, pride. These words now not good. Right? So you look at the definition now and be truthful with yourself and scan yourself. Scan yourself. Oh, I got larceny in my heart. I do be wanting to take things. I do be good. Okay, things that don't belong to me. All right? You got to check. Now you check that. That's how you correct your ways. That's why the man, for over a year, he breaks down these words in the Hebrew and in the English. He ain't doing it for nothing. He realized it, and he's working with him. He's doing it. He's listening to it. So that's why he's coming and broadcasting it, so you can get it. Man, listen. Okay, let's roll. But hold on. But that's to answer your question why. That was the wrong answer he gave. It's society the reason why men and women have demands now that are out of whack and out of order because you can't trust nobody. Okay? People don't, they take vows. Do you vow? Do I vow? Yeah. But then for some strange reason, we breaking up. Yeah. We're not supposed to break up because you vowed. That means you lied.
I see you look at her. That's why I don't want to.
You can't break up for that. You gotta. That's nothing.
That man look at who he want to look at.
That's nothing. That's the things that they instilled in society. That's the one thing. Don't get because she ain't gonna have it. Make her the god down. Make her have multiple men now. Man. He can't have multiple. He can only have one woman now.
Man.
So it's good to be a hoe now.
Man.
And a man got to be a woman now. I told y'all they are feminizing the men, masculizing the woman. Yeah. That's the society. So everything is switched. She goes to work. She does all of this. He don't go nowhere. He stays in and he's vacuuming. Mr. Mom. When that movie came out, it changed society. Movies, shows, all these entertainment, everything. I keep telling y'all, man. I'm bringing y'all up to date. Everything that's out there is devil worship and paganism, and it's against what you are being taught. Stop getting caught up on it. Stop having reserves on it. Yes, the feeling not going to leave, but the action you can stop. That's the beginning. That's the beginning. See, because you're not going to get the belief that Abraham, you see, I don't expect you to believe what God says, like Abraham did. Okay? All right? I'm not looking for that. You're going to build your belief by stopping and starting. Stopping this, and then you start that. That's man and woman. Okay? We know what this is about, what these commandments are about. We still get mad at things we ain't supposed to get mad at.
That's right.
And God says okay.
That's right. Talk about it.
Look. God say it's not okay. We get mad.
Talk about it.
We're backwards.
Talk about it.
The whole world is backwards. Mm-hmm. We are trying to be holy, different. Okay? You can stick out in this time. Like Noah did in his time. So Noah was perfect in his generation. Why? The only one. He was the only one in the world at that time that was serving God. So yeah, it's real easy today. Real easy. Real easy. Read.
Then the king, being in a rage.
Verse 2, he said, but one of them spake first and said, what wouldest thou ask or learn of us? We are ready to die rather than to transgress the laws of our fathers. Straight up and down. We got nothing to do. What you want from me, man? Because I'm not doing that. You got to kill me. Right. Plain and simple. We got nothing to talk about. Got nothing to negotiate. Plain and simple. There's no, like, what's your, the ultimatum that you're telling me? I'll pick death. How about that? You're not going to get me to do what you want me to do. Facts. How about that? I'm going to die for these commandments, and I'm going to be good when I leave here.
He let them know that before they even gave the ultimatum.
This is what we got to talk about.
Word, you got to talk about.
I'm dying before I transgress. You can't get me, like, death, I fear. Well, see, when you fear only God, you don't fear death. Am I right or wrong? Right. Well, you only fear, God said only fear. He didn't say fear death. He said fear him. When you fear him, you're righteous. The righteous don't fear death. That's right. Do what you want. That's not going to make me turn.
That's right.
So if death don't make me turn, riches definitely ain't making me turn. Riches, but when I'm going after I die, money ain't going. Money going to stay here. Money was for here.
That's right.
Some shit.
Then the king, being in a rage, commanded pans and cauldrons to be made hot.
Pans and cauldrons, you know what that is? You see the frying pan you got inside?
Human size.
Imagine a big giant one.
Human side.
without a handle. Cauldrons, big giant, look like bowls,
Yeah.
metal bowls.
To the
But
body.
it's for people. This is what they designed
Mhm.
and how to torture. They learned from the Assyrians. The Assyrians was good in torturing, and the Greeks were too. Say they tortured them with whips and scourges. All right, imagine getting whipped with barbed wire.
Yeah.
Not just a regular whip. It's a whip with nails in it, stuff like that. Cruelty. You know what I'm saying?
Which forward,
So he was tight because he ain't gonna be able to see when you don't give a person, you don't let a person have their way, right? They get bent out of shape. And that's what happened with this guy. He's not, oh man, you define me. Oh, what? Get the pants. We're gonna do with them different.
Yeah.
Because they was whipping him at first.
Yeah.
He said, we're gonna do with them different. Bring pants in here. Some sheep.
which forward being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that spake first.
The first one that spoke, he cut his tongue out. Spitefully.
Mm-hmm.
That was a spiteful move because he didn't like what he said. So he said, "You come in. Since you want to talk all that junk, yeah, cut that tongue off." And he cut the tongue off. This is cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
Some sheep. Oh, yo, all this is being done to these people because they're different.
It's different. Like us.
Let me tell you about being different, man. Personally, every school I went to, I fought. I went to school with turbans on. School with my garment on.
Facts.
Long hair. I'm the only kid. Look, at that time, nobody had braids. There was a time nobody had braids. Everybody had a Caesar haircut. You know what a Caesar is, right? All right, it's named after Julius Caesar because he named it in commemoration of worship to him because he said he's God. So everybody that get a Caesar, your God is that dude that died, Julius Caesar. That haircut is in commemoration, in memory of. Okay, do you get it? For the day, you worship the day.
That's right. Talk about it.
You worship the day. All right.
Keep getting Caesars.
Okay. So the king is mad. He cut his tongue out. He commanded the pants to get heated and to cut off the uttermost parts of his body.
Made him a eunuch.
You know what that is, right? It's genitals. Not his hands and his arm.
Yeah.
Cat made him a eunuch, castrated him. That's how they make the eunuchs. They cut your tongue out and they cut your genitals off. You can't have babies, you can't recruit, your line cut, and you can't talk no more. Now, you know what they do with them? They make them watch the woman. The woman's quarters, they put them there. You ain't got to worry about him trying to rape them. And he can't kick no game either.
Not even gonna get the feeling.
He's not gonna get the feeling. It said it's like the sigh of a eunuch when he see a young virgin. Like, oh, man, I can't even be with a woman no more. I don't have it no more. It's not even impotent. Look,
Nothing is gonna happen.
it's beyond impotent because you don't have it no more. It's cut off. You cut your tongue out, man. You can't talk no more.
That was painful.
It's painful. They don't know anesthesia. Giving you a description of the ancient world and how our people who serve God, what they went through and why. Some sheep.
Painful and bloody.
The rest of his brethren and his mother looking on.
All right, they're looking on. They're looking on. You know what I'm saying? Can't do nothing. They are seized and arrested. They grab the brother and cut him up. Tom sheep.
Now, when he had thus maimed him and all his members, he commanded him being yet alive to be brought to the fire.
He's still alive.
Cut everything off.
He's in pain. He's gonna got castrated, and now he's gonna burn him. That's what you call being spiteful. You just doing this and putting this pain on him because he didn't bow down to your will. Some shit.
And to be fried in the pan. And as a vapor of the pan was for a good space dispersed, They exhorted one another with the mother to die man from the same dust.
Look, while all that's going on, we all, like I said, like I said, Iman, we all telling each other, yo, man, look, yo, y'all might as well hurry up and come get me too. We're exhorting each other. You know what that means? We building each other up with words of encouragement to serve God. To get ready to face this pain and die, we gonna be good. This is what it was. Look, this is what all this stuff we've been doing all our lives, all the ridicule, all the little things people been saying. This is what it was for. This is the ultimate sacrifice. We just don't sacrifice ourselves. But now, hey, if I have the choice to do this here or die, let's go.
Time to sacrifice.
Look, all it is a little bit of pain. When you die, it's a different type of game. It's different, man. You're in a different plane. You're in a different plane. Remember, they say to suffer after death. Suffer for what you was doing here.
It ain't over when you die.
All right?
Just start.
After that, that's why these books were taken out of the Bible. They're too direct, too pinpoint, too clear. There's no debates. Okay? Because that's what it said. You do all of this and suffering, you're going through this to prove you that then you're going to die and pay for everything. Suffer. Suffer means what? You're going to be in pain. You suffer in pain and sorrow. Desperation. He said the day of despair, meaning you're going to be desperate, but no hope. Tamshi.
El Israel looketh upon us, and in truth had comfort in us, as Moshe in his song, which witnessed to their faces, declared, saying, and he shall be comforted in his servants.
You know what song that is? Deuteronomy 32. They were still singing that song. They were commanded to sing that song. Guess what? We all supposed to know that chapter by heart, like we know those songs out there. Yeah. You know, getting busy, getting active and all that, right? Right? Okay. Deuteronomy 32. That's on your own, though. Moses commanded the people. God told Moses to command the people to learn this song. Now, see, these are the things that you read about, and you say, you know what? You start doing it. That's how my father taught us, right or wrong. You read, and say, oh, wait, oh, they was, you see that everything ain't all in the law. There's certain things, certain way in the course of procedure, and that is the way how they did certain things. And when you read about it, it's, oh, wow, I'm supposed to do that too. And I was reading earlier this week, and I ran right into Deuteronomy 32. God commanded Moses to teach the people that song. So we're supposed to know it too. That's the mind we're supposed to have when we read. Well, we got the law, working on my ways, and then other little things. Okay, when this situation come up, I got to do what this righteous man that served God did. I got to do what this righteous woman that served God did. I got to do what this righteous child did that served God did. That's the example. They're not here to be criticized. Yeah, they're not here to be criticized. Everybody who tried to criticize them or killed them, God took care of them. He said, y'all slay my prophets. I woke them up early to warn you guys, to give y'all a chance. A warning is a chance. You still have time. Warnings. Early. And y'all killed them. Y'all chased them away. They was fugitives. They became outlaws. If you said, thus saith the Lord, you became an outlaw amongst your own people. That's where it wound up at. So that's why this is happening. Tamshi.
So when the first was dead after this manner, they brought the second to make him a mocking stock.
One brother is dead now. And they brought the second to make him a mocking stock. You know what that is? To make fun of him. Throw stuff at him. Spit on him. Humiliate him. All the things you do to humiliate a person. When you humiliate a person, you mock them. Mocking goes a long way. When you question authority, you mocking the authority. when I'm jokingly insulting you, and everybody's laughing, right? And you don't like the joke. I mocked you. That's why they didn't joke in here. A lot of people don't like jokes. Sometimes it ain't the time for that. It ain't the time for that. This man is distressed in his mind right now. Okay? And you come choking.
Clown.
Sometimes he ain't in the mood. So you might see him, you think, oh man, what's my luck at? Oh, he left. He wasn't in the mood right now. Yo, life is serious. These commandments are serious. As you get more into it, you become more serious. Not man, you want to kill the world. You become more serious with life according to God, because it's a serious matter. Like today is a serious day. Solemn assembly.
People think this day is a game.
Nah, solemn assembly.
This day is a game.
Everything, all right, everything about you has to be piped down. We can't even get too happy unless it's about God.
This day is a game,
We
bro.
can't get happy about nothing else.
This day is a game,
We
bro.
can't be sitting around joking about stuff that ain't got nothing to do with God.
Yeah.
Whatever we laughing at, find our humor in, it got to be in here.
Yeah. I think this day is a
And it's
joke.
real easy for me to distract you and you to distract me.
Talk about it.
It's real easy for me to conduct myself in a way that will affect your attitude. So my attitude can affect your attitude. Your attitude, because we all, yeah, we're family. We know how to push each other buttons. So you know what, man? I love you, man. I love all you guys. Sometimes you guys get on my nerves, but I ain't pushing your buttons. That's the limit he was talking about.
Right.
I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do out there. And they get a different situation for that. That's not for us. They exhort each other, encourage each other. Okay? But he said, man, I hate that dude. He said, man, don't say such a thing. That's what Jehoshaphat said. Right or wrong? He said, don't say such a thing. Don't say you hit him like that. He said, nah, you always got something. But what the man was trying to do, he said, man, chill, peace, bro, calm down. You're not supposed to be riled up like that against him like that. Because guess what? He was right. That man in that case, that king was Ahab. And he was mad at Micaiah the prophet because he said he always prophesied him evil. He always prophesied him evil. He said he always prophesied. He had nothing good to say about me. Yeah. He always got something bad to say about me. But what it was is it's coming from God. So it wasn't even personally from that guy. But the man said, don't say such a thing. That's how we gotta be, man. Tom sheep.
And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair.
Whoa. They scalped him, man. What verse we at?
Number 7.
Start from 7 again.
So when the first was dead after this manner, they brought the second to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him, wilt thou eat before thou be punished?
He was still alive. You cut right here. You make a cut, an incision.
Hold it off.
Your head.
Scalp.
Everything that's holding your hair. Everything, go back.
Now your skull
You got the skull showing. That's painful. And while he's in that position, they still force him, yo, you gonna eat? Yo, man, y'all might as well finish the job.
If I say, yeah, I'm gonna eat. What
Y'all are beyond cruel now. You expect me to eat? I already said no. You don't got me discombobulated and still gonna ask me to eat. You know we going through with all of this now. You don't took my headpiece off. You took my wig off, man. Dumb shit.
Will thou eat before thou be punished throughout every member of thy body? But he answered in his own language and said,
in his own language. See, they're talking in Greek, Syrian Greek, Greco-Syrian, right? He answered in Hebrew, in his own language. Okay, Tom sheet.
And he said, no. Wherefore he also received the next torment in order, as the former did.
That's 2 down. All right, Tom sheet. got 5 brothers left, man. Listen, man.
About to spit for him.
It's not a good situation, man. That wasn't a good situation. It's sad, man. The good thing about it,
The reward. The reward.
is after this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch it. Look, read. You're going to see why I say that. Read.
But he answered in his own language and said, no. When he received the next torment in order, as the former did. And when he was at the last gasp, he said, thou like a fury takest us
His
out of this present
last
life.
breath.
Last thing.
Read that loud. What he said?
Thou like a fury takest us out of this present life.
He's talking to the king personally. He said, you, thou. He said, you took us out of this life. You killing us. You wiping us out, Tamshi.
But the king of the world shall raise us up.
You ain't the
Yeah.
king. You ain't the king. You ain't the king. The king of the world, that's God.
Yeah.
You just the king of this land. The king of the world belongs to God. God created everything. He created everybody. And he's over you. And he gonna get you for what you're doing to us, Tamshi.
The king of the world shall raise us up, who have died for his Lord.
Say that again. The king of the world
Shall
shall raise us up.
who have died for his Lord.
Look, you killing us. After we die, the king of this world gonna raise us up.
Who have died for his Lord.
Who had died for his laws.
Unto
You
everlasting
died
life.
for his laws. You die living these laws. You will get raised back up. The king of the world will bring you back and you will live forever. That's how it go. Forget the movies. You see a lot of movies about immortality, people living together, living forever. This is how you come back.
This is how you
It's
do
the
it.
only way you can come back.
This is how you do it.
Okay?
That nigga on the cross ain't coming back.
The only one that can do that is
Right.
God. I
Never
said the
existed.
king of the world. After we are dead, will raise us up again.
Unto everlasting life.
Unto everlasting life. You know what that means? We're going to live forever the way it was supposed to be before Adam ate of that fruit.
Yeah.
Before Adam ate of the fruit, man was designed to live forever. God did not create everything to die. That's our fault. That's why we died. That's why we pay with sin. We sin and pay for it with death. That's how we come back. Okay? You have people who try to cheat death. Yeah. We try to cheat death. Going into our, rituals and all that stuff. Try to live forever. Skin not aging. Taking little kids, still kidnapping kids, taking parts of their body, their organs, and getting the juice out of it and drinking it. Yeah. Drinking of other people's blood. Yeah. This is the reason why God said don't drink of the blood. It's used for enchantments. African warriors, he'll kill you and drink your blood so I can gain your courage. All the courage that you had to come fight me, I get that now. And then I take your head and I shrink it. And I bring it home. All right? And that head winds up a God. My same enemy that I killed in battle, you wind up a God to me. Okay? This is the Canaan. Africans come out of Canaan and Ham. All right? They have rituals and ways. The Greeks have rituals and ways. That's why he told these people called Israel not to follow them. You want to live life? You want to live forever? You got to do it right. You got to play it out. Live this life that I gave you righteously with these commandments. When you die, your spirit will get a rest that you don't get when you get sleep here.
Yeah.
The sleep that we get here is for this, for the flesh. Okay? When Elijah got brought back up, he said, why is thou disquieted me? His soul was resting. He was just chilling. Don't have a body that has to be regenerated that dies. Okay? Now God, the king of the world, bring and raise him back up. He told him, you killing us, but we coming back. That same God that you want us to go against, gonna bring us back because we died for his commandments. Tamshi.
And when he was, after him was a third man, the mocking stopped. And when he was required, he put out his tongue, and that right soon, holding forth his hands manfully, and said courageously, these I had from heaven, and for his laws I despised them.
He said, after they killed that one, the next one didn't even wait for them to say nothing to him or grab him up. He pulled out, he said, hey. He said, I got these from God, from heaven. God gave me these.
And from him I hope to receive them again.
And from him I hope to receive them again. Cut him off. Kill me. I'm going to get this body back.
Yeah.
God made this body. You think he can't make it again?
Yeah.
You think he can't do this again? So go ahead, do what you're going to do, man. Because God bringing me back. Tamshi.
And so much that the king and they that were with him marveled at the young man's courage.
The king and the king's servants was like, damn.
Wow. This one.
Look. They wouldn't have did that if they was in that position. That's what made them marvel.
He jumped up and was like,
That's what make a man look at you and say, damn, son. No, wow, boy,
what you waiting on?
So I ain't got that. I ain't got it in me to hold that. That's some different. That spiritual strength you get from doing His commandments, changing your ways, and being truthful with yourself.
Yes, sir.
That's inner strength that you're not gonna get weak. All it's gonna do is make you more stubborn in your right.
That's right.
God, you know what that means? You won't bend.
I'm not bending.
Bend, no matter what I say or do. And that's what's getting him more mad. So now he jumped out. He said, I'm getting all these back.
For that he nothing regarded the pains. Now when this man was dead also, they tormented and mangled the fourth in like manner. So when he was ready to die, he said thus.
See, everybody has something
Everybody got something to say. Yeah.
to declare because of how they live before God. So this declaration is going to stand.
Yeah.
They became prophets at that moment.
Right.
Tamshi.
It is good being put to death by men.
It's good being put to death by man. I got put to death by you because you killed me.
To look for hope from El. To be raised up.
El is God. Say God.
Right.
All right. He said, and look for hope from God. To what?
To be raised up again by him.
To be raised up. Why every brother that's go before they die talking about coming back?
Right.
You think they doing that? You think they did that and died like that for nothing? You really think somebody made all of this up? Or some people who were supposed to be different from the world and they were different from the world for no reason? This don't count. I'm starting to get what you call can't get the word, but it's like it gets
PISSE.
yeah, man. It's insulting. It's insulting.
Very.
You think I'm doing this for nothing?
Come on, man.
You think I'm stopping myself from being what I want to be or who I really want to be and do what I want to do?
Yeah.
And get this type of character out of me?
Come on, man.
It's not no joke. That's why it's serious. We're not doing this for nothing. We're not doing this for nothing. People talk about it. People talk about that. This, that. Oh yeah, they talk all of this stuff here. Yeah, we're ridiculed, man. We're not doing this for nothing. And that's where your belief has to be strong at.
That's right.
Because God ain't gonna come to you and tell you that you are gonna be the father of many nations.
No.
See? But you gotta find something else that's gonna hit you in here to spark you. It's in there. You gotta read. I'm letting you know right now. What's going to get your belief 100% with God is in here. All you have to do is read every day. You say you will learn to fear God. The king will learn to fear God if he ain't got fear of God. The king will learn. What you think you're going to learn? Same thing. Only difference between you and the king is he got a crown.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
As for thee, thou shalt have no resurrection.
As for you, you're not coming back. Resurrection means, all it means is to be brought back from the dead by God.
Yeah.
Now we see who gets brought back. Okay? Since you want to use the word resurrect, that word only applies to the people who followed the commandments of God given to them by Moses.
Right.
That's the key to life. That's the key to life. Everybody want to know the key to life. Everybody, the fountain of youth. There's no fountain of youth. You get your youth back after you die righteously.
Right.
That's the key.
Right.
Stop listening to what everybody else is telling you.
That's right.
Because it's not true.
That's right.
You're going to get your money.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get your money. Promise you.
And afterward they brought the fifth also and mangled them. Then looked he unto the king and said, Thou hast power over men. Thou art corruptible. Thou doest what thou wilt.
See? He said, yeah, you're the king. You got power. You got everything. But you still corrupt before God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you glorious. You got jewels on. You this, that, the third. But you still, when God look at you, you corrupt. He said, you do whatever you want. Nobody can stop you. But when God look at you, he said, that dude is corrupt.
That's saying.
You do what you want. You know what that means? Anarchy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It means do what thou wilt. That means these laws are out the door.
Yeah. That's the saying of the
Look,
adversary
there's
today.
no law. The laws of God, laws of man, all that's out the door. I do what I want to do.
That's the saying of the adversary today.
That is the motto, the slogan, okay, of Satan. Do what thou wilt. And his number one top worshiper from these generations, that's what his slogan was. Do what thou wilt.
Yep.
Okay? And it's called anarchy.
Yep.
If you look up anarchy, it means the takeover of any authority to do what you want to do. Be who you want to be.
Who you want to be.
Be careful. God made you to be what you are already.
What you are. That's right.
Right. Servant.
Tell she.
Yet think not that our nation is forsaken of El Israel.
He said, I don't want you to think that God just totally done away with us.
Yeah.
And y'all just got it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't even understand that we got delivered into y'all hands because of what? Like I said, the Knicks always mess up because they make the mistakes.
Yeah.
Most teams can't beat them. They be having a game and then they foul up on their own. That's what we do. Then we give up that favor and somebody else got it. God lifts somebody else up. Oh, but he's wicked. Yeah, but you know better than him.
That's right.
And you ain't doing nothing.
That's right.
That's how it is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't look at, well, he got it because you don't deserve it. And look, another thing, that's the lot of the wickedness, of the wicked. That's their pay today.
Yeah.
Because where they're going to suffer.
Yeah.
So they get their fun now. And that's the lust of your own heart. God give you the lust of your own heart, which is your own fun, what you want to do, and everything. That's how all right, you stay in that zone. That's what you want. I give it to you, multiply it. You pay for it when you leave there. Have fun, rock out, here, riches, here, this, that, and the third, here. Fame, all of that, here. Have fun now, because it said life for man is as a mere shadow.
Mm.
You're going to be dead longer than you was living. Hurry up and have that fun. So what happened? The wicked say, hurry up and party all night. YOLO. You only live once. So that means don't let nothing stop you. And so you want to succeed in life? You got these people, billionaires, lecturers. They charge you $50 for their material. And they tell you. He said, look, man, you want to get ahead in life, you want to be rich, you got to leave your family alone. You got to leave your family alone. Because it's people that's holding you back. Yeah, that's what they tell you. And that's why people leave and go. And they vanish. Next thing they come back, hey, man, I had to go out there and get what's mine.
Yeah.
But then you left your loved ones. You want to pursue your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't come back and be generous. You go like this. Yeah, I did it. And you can do it too. You got to do what I did. No, you got the bag, man.
Yeah.
You said throw the rope, remember? Right. You got it. But that's what they do today. That's the mentality today. Don't listen to these people who get rich schemes. Most of the people that serve, see, back then here, God made a lot of men rich that served him because they had their own riches, their own economy, their own country. They don't get rich till they serve God. Because you can't do a lot of things that the people do to get rich because God don't like it. See? That's why you got to struggle. And that's your sacrifice. You're going to give that up. You say, well, look, man. So a lot of stuff, hey, you're going to go through it to serve God. That's your sacrifice. That's your lamb, your sin offering, your goat. Some sheep.
17. But abide a while and behold his great power, how he will torment thee and thy seed. After him all.
He said, you talking to the king. Yeah. He said, no, abide a little while. He said, time passes quick. Yeah, before you know it, we're going to be sitting in these seats again next week. Right. Before you know it. So he said, no, abide a little time, a little while. God is going to make you and your seed something. Yeah. How you making us go through it? God going to make you pay for what you're doing. You're going to pay for what you're doing here. Tell you.
After him also they brought the sixth, who being ready to die.
Now we got, she had 7 sons. 5 is dead. We got 2 more left. The 6th one is up at that. Tell you.
Be not deceived without cause, for we suffer these things for ourselves.
Don't get it twisted. That's what he's telling them. He said, be not deceived without cause. In other words, don't let this fool you. Mm-hmm. We only getting this because we messed up with God. Like I told y'all, the Knicks messed up and make their own mistakes and they lose. It ain't because you was better than us. It ain't because you definitely ain't better than us. I don't eat what you eat, right? But what? We had it, and then I took the shot and missed. Then somebody stole the ball from me. I went out of town. I start tripping. I start stumbling. I start, errors. Right. And errors will cost you. Right. Okay? That's why he's explaining to him. Don't think that you getting away with it. Don't think we the bad guys here.
Nah, it's happening to us because we sin against God.
No, what happens to me, okay, is because, hey, man, we going through it, right? But look, I'm closer to God than the rest of the world.
Facts. I brag on that.
The world ain't got nothing on me. When you said King Kong ain't got nothing, the world ain't got nothing on me.
I said I brag on that.
Yeah, I'm and it's leveling up. Yeah. You can be perfect in your generation. Yeah. You can. Don't say you can't. Don't say, well, but these people will come. You can get close to. Yeah. We got a lot of obstacles for society. That's in your way. And in our ways that separate God from us. You can get close. They did it. They did it in captivity. They did it in their own land. Why you can't do it? That's right. And you in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Yeah, they're very, now it's the bold. They're very brave and very bold. For what? Whatever. It don't matter if it's right or wrong. Right. Land of the free home. Everybody get on the internet and say whatever come to their mind. Right. And it's valid now. Right. Because you can be who you want to be. Right. You can say what you want to say. It wasn't so here in Israel. It was order. That's why y'all see chaos. When these laws are not being performed, okay? Wherever this law is not being performed or recognized, there will be chaos and injustice. If I don't recognize these commandments in my heart, I will deal with chaos and injustice.
Right. The fire in Maui.
Okay?
Destruction of God.
Y'all don't know what's going on in Maui.
Destruction of God.
People go on vacations to do debauchery in Maui. It's just like Vegas. Sin City. That's why they call Vegas Sin City. Yeah. People go on vacations to do things they don't do normally in their bedroom.
That's right.
Okay? Y'all got me now?
That's right.
A lot of things go down in Maui. A lot of blood sacrifice on the regular. The people that live there. Okay? The people that live there. Their sins, every continent, every city, every land, every house, they have a cup that God has, like a meter. That's why he said the iniquity of the Amorites have not yet been fulfilled yet. Nah, man, I can't hit them up. God is correct.
Yeah.
He knows it's gonna feel. He knows it's gonna feel. We ain't gonna hit them now because he's not an unjust God.
Just God.
He's just. Everything he do is just.
He always give you a chance.
I don't care if you like it, don't like it. Everything God do is correct and right.
Right.
And you have to make yourself believe that.
That's a fact.
Then you will understand what you read.
That's a fact.
So when they get up to here now, that city or that continent or these people or that nation, just like us, we got the same thing too. God was long suffering with us too. Right or wrong?
Right.
He gave us chance, but we got it quicker because we were closer to him. Got it quicker. We didn't last that long in the land. We didn't last 1,000 years in the land of Israel.
Right.
We were the last nation to be made. Last nation to be set up in the ancient world. Okay? And we got kicked out of our land quicker than anybody.
We the least paid too.
Yeah.
Too much Israel in the world. But we suffer these things for ourselves, having transgressed against our elves.
I'm going through this because of what I did against God, because the relationship I got with God, right, has affected me because of my wrongdoings with his commandments.
Right.
That's why you are allowed to do this. And I have no power to stop it. God has taken that from you. God has empowered you and took the hedge that was around Job. They had a hedge. They had it. Job wasn't the only one.
No.
But he to pinpoint this man to show you when a man is too evil and he's correct before God, this is what you get around you. You get a barrier. You can't see it.
Yeah.
There's certain things ain't coming to touch you.
Right.
So he's explaining this only happened because of my faults with God. Tells you.
Therefore, marvelous things are done unto us.
Marvelous things. It would sound like good, right? Marvelous things sound like a good thing. No. He said marvelous things. The reason why, whether it's good or bad, it's coming from God. Once it comes from God, it's marvelous. You don't call nothing or nobody marvelous but God. God is the marvelous one. He is the awesome one. He is the terrible one. He is the eternal one. He is the all-powerful one, all-seeing and all-knowing, and the creator of everything.
Blessed be the one.
Nobody can match that title.
He alone the dreaded one.
Show me an idol or show me any God that people call God that can have that attribute.
None.
They died. All their gods are dead.
Right.
The story is they died. You got resurrected. Where you at? No.
Right.
Hold up.
Resurrected.
You got resurrected. Where he at? They said, when I come back, I'm going to have this. I'm going to be walking this ground again that God gave me.
Right.
Where's this guy at, man? It's a peekaboo game going on.
Facts.
It's ghost business.
And throughout all
And
of
what
this,
they call him? The Holy Ghost. He's peekaboo. And you can see me here. I look black. Now I'm white. Now I'm Chinese and fat. Now I look like this. Now I look like God don't play them games.
and throughout all of this, he got on the diaper.
And he got a diaper on.
On me?
He might as well play. He might as well play for George
So the
Clinton.
diapers.
Because that's the only dude I know that wear a diaper. He can wear a diaper on stage and a guitar.
What's up with the diapers? What's up with the diapers? You got the little arrow
Origin, the little Cupid.
with the arrow.
That's what they give you.
Cupid.
All of that is Jake.
That's Jake. That's
Jake
him.
is Cupid.
That's him. That's why he got the diaper
You
on.
see that halo? Angels don't walk around with
No.
a circle of light around their head.
No.
That is in honor of the
sun.
sun god.
Sun god.
That is the sun band. You know what I'm saying? You can't look directly at the sun, but you see a band around it sometimes. You see the sun, and there's a band around it. That's what they worship. That's what's on the ring. Left hand. That's what's on this ring. When you get married,
No good.
you put that ring in here.
Yeah, say
You
talk
worship the
about
sun
it.
god.
Talk about it.
It's called a wedding band.
Talk about
okay?
it.
The wedding band, because you're getting wedded under the band of the sun god.
That's right.
They didn't tell you the whole thing.
Yeah,
They
talk about
just
that.
shorten it down.
Talk
The
about
wedding
that
band.
marriage. Talk about that marriage.
Okay? And yo, I don't say, man, it's like hell if you don't get that ring. But the paper, we're married. The certificate said we married. I mean, no damn ring. That's old Egyptian customs.
Cause there, talk about it, man.
Old Egyptian, it got started. So the Egyptians, they started that.
Yeah.
Their God is the sun
Yeah.
and the Nile River and the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why Moses always caught him at dawn. What you think he was out there doing at dawn? He wasn't praying. He's like this, like he will come out, hold his hands to the east, right before the sun come up.
Yeah.
And they would have priests and they would say prayers and incantations, and there's pigs burning, and goats burning, and incense burning to him, because he said he's God. And he's bringing up he is in control of all the other lesser gods.
That's why God put darkness on.
So God said, okay, I'm gonna bring darkness on you, thick darkness, you know, and it ain't gonna be in Goshen where the Israelites, where your slaves is at. It ain't gonna be there.
Bring the sun up. Bring some light.
Bring the sun out. Somebody light a match.
Think himself.
Somebody rub some sticks and stones together. It ain't gonna happen.
Don't tell yourself.
Look. You know what that is? Black hole. Them black holes up there, what they do is eat up light, don't it?
Right.
Eat up everything. Nothing survives in there.
The darkness.
That's what that was. Thick darkness. The whole everything was thick darkness. No light survived.
Right.
God said, let there be light. Boom. Look. That light survived now because God said come into existence. But what he did, he separated them. So you will know the difference between night and day. Not for you to bow down to the sun. The sun is for a sign of seasons and time.
Yeah.
And to keep the earth warm. It's to serve us. So when we plant, right, according to God's word, that science stuff y'all talk about goes down.
Yeah.
According to God's word.
Yeah.
That's the action of it doing what God said. Leave that alone.
Sure.
Because if God don't want it, he can let stuff grow without light.
That's right.
He did it in the creation.
Sure.
Grass grew, trees was there, flowers bloomed. There was no photosynthesis involved,
Right.
no greenhouse effect involved.
Creation of God. That's right.
Okay? So stop questioning this.
You cannot sunbathe.
Oh, sunbathing. All right. That's another form of sun worship. I'm going to show y'all a lot of ways to sun worship. You see, when they read for the king, he said he cannot multiply horses to himself. Right? Our kings can only have one horse. We can't have a stable.
Right.
Chariots.
We can't have all of that.
Right.
Because
I don't have
that's,
no horse.
it may sound crazy, but when they make an idol, they make up ways to worship the idol.
Yeah.
And then thousands of years later to now, it becomes a way of everybody's life. And that's okay, and nothing wrong with it. And we throw parties and there's holidays on it. But if you go all the way back, man, go all the way back and check the origin, it's devil worship. Yeah, that's all, plain and simple. Sun worship, all the idol worshiping, all that stuff, it's devil worship. He's at the top of that.
Yeah.
That's the trick that he uses, okay, to keep people away from what we're doing today. Time sheet.
19.
Mm-hmm.
But think not thou that takest in hand to strive against El, that thou shalt escape unpunished.
You ain't getting away. Look, if you think we was close to God, and we still his people, that's why we getting hit like this so severe.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
We gonna get it worse because we know better.
Yeah.
All right? But we good. Because I'm not eating that. That's what's making me good. Because I'm not doing that. So guess what? If I'm paying, God made me pay. Okay? Okay? And I'm close to him. And he gonna bring me back. And I still have to pay. We still have to pay for our wrongdoings. What you think you think you ain't paying for what you do?
Yeah.
You, I can't touch you in wickedness. That's what he's telling the king. No, but he's not supposed to listen.
Yeah, that didn't even register.
Yo, certain people ain't supposed to listen.
Yeah.
And when you see that, they're blocked.
Right.
When you see a person not listening to things towards God and things that God says is correct and right, they are blocked. Okay?
Until it come on.
We can say pride, we can say this, because that's what brings the blockage. We have names for it, but that's what it is. You're blocked. God said, no, I don't want, don't bring him in here. I don't want him here no more. Every time he come here, right or wrong. That's what we do. Now you bad, son. You can't come up in here. You always going against the rules. You do this, you do that. You don't act right. You be starting trouble. You can't come. That's what God do. Time sheep.
But the mother was marvelous above all.
All right. Now they don't kill. They don't kill all her servants.
All 7 of
But
us.
look, and they died, and they died manfully, courageously.
Still one more.
Right? There's still one left.
The youngest.
They left the youngest for last because
So you can break them.
mothers care for their sons different to how fathers care for their sons. And that's how God designed it. Okay? The father's rebuke and scolding is going to be worse than your mother's. It's going to always be worse than your mother's. It's going to always be worse than your mother's. Because he a man just like you. Because he a man just like you. You came from me. I know what I got in me.
I know what you got in you.
What he might just say, I rebuked him. Yeah, but I just didn't get like you did.
That wasn't good for him, right or wrong. He wanted, but she,
the mother
her demeanor is different. She, look, she got to put across.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes she don't.
Sometimes you gotta pick something up and throw it at you.
Yeah, she was way more hands on.
You don't listen, she'll pick a throw.
That's why, and the other thing was, that's why I don't have to make this much noise. You're a man. I'm not gonna curse and yell like you. See the mannerism of a woman, but she won't. Boy, pop, won't shot that head. Right? But that's how. Look. And at the same time, that's still my baby boy. Mothers, you could be old and gray. Your mother look at you, man, and you don't touch my son. They're a little bit easy going with the discipline. But not the father.
Yeah, mom's hard.
See, a man, it's a man thing.
Yeah.
And that makes you harder.
No, I just said that's mostly how
That makes you hard, man.
But
Makes you hard,
they hard with their daughters though. The woman, the mother's hard on the daughters though.
Backwards.
And the fathers is easy with the daughters. I spoil my daughters. I spoil them. I let them get away with it. So I wouldn't let my son get away with it. But you know what? It's just how it is. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Because that's the conditioning.
That's right.
Okay? It's a condition. You don't want your girls getting hardened. You understand what I'm saying? The boys, you gotta stay on them. Because us boys, man, when we young, man, we don't listen, man.
Right.
We think we be the strongest dudes walking around. Nobody can tell us nothing.
Yeah.
We think we it. If one girl tell us we cute, well, we think we the cutest thing in the world. Yeah, our egos, man, ego, because we're God. That's why we're given these laws to keep our ways in check.
Yeah.
Because we're gods. What we say and what we do has an effect on this planet and on your life and on your children.
That's right.
That's why you're given that title of God and Lord.
That's right. I'm talking about global warming. Man's wickedness.
So sometimes I have to tell certain, you have single parent mothers.
Yeah.
But look, there's times when you're going to have to be like, Daddy. Take a page from Daddy book.
Yeah.
Do what he would have done. Because you're dealing with a man. Never mind, he's little and cute now. Don't let that fool you. Because he's going to grow hair.
Yeah.
He's going to grow. He's going to be a man. He's going to start doing things that you ain't going to approve. Say, son, I don't like when you do that. I don't want you to be this way. I don't want you to be that way. You're going to have to really be on it.
Too big for his britches.
Because that's what gets it up. A lot of the kids, they get off because there's no father there. They say, nah, I don't care. And that's final.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no talk. And we get results like that later, right or wrong.
Right.
The child grow up and say, nah, man, I'm glad my father did that.
Right.
I appreciate my mother did that.
Right.
Because, it conditioned me not to be that way. and this is the person that I am there that you commending, I give that to my. That's the honor. That's it. It goes very far. So mothers got to realize you got sons. You got to be on them because they're gonna try. They're gonna try to get over on mama. They're not gonna try to get over on daddy. You know, daddy gonna punch them in their face.
Yeah.
Time straight.
But the mother was marvelous above all and worthy of honorable memory.
Honorable memory. She's worthy to remember who she is and what she did.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
For when she saw her 7 sons slain within the space of 1 day.
What woman can withstand that and not break? What woman that got 7 sons, see all 6 of her sons, from the oldest to the youngest is still alive, you know he about to die, she'd have been gave in, she'd have been broke. She'd have been, okay, listen, you don't kill 2 of my sons, that's it. I can't take no more. She didn't do that, man. Time sheet.
She bare it with a good courage because of the hope that she had in El Israel.
This is what made her courageous.
Yeah.
Because the hope is the belief that she have in God and the trust that she already know how this gonna play out after she died.
Right.
That's what made her brave. Time sheet.
Yea, she exhorted every one of them in her own language, filled with courageous spirits, and stirring up her womanish thoughts with a man's stomach.
Before every son got killed, she gave them brave words, courageous words, to die like men and die for God and his laws. Die for God and his laws and don't fall. Time sheet.
She said unto them, I cannot tell how you came into my womb, but either I gave you breath.
This is what the mother. Yo, man. Man, tears come to my eyes when I hear this, man.
She said, I can't tell.
She said, yo, she said, I can't explain to you what they call the science. You know, they say over the ovaries.
Right.
She said, man, I can't explain to you all that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? How you got in my womb. Tough shit.
I cannot tell how you came into my womb,
Mm-hmm.
for I neither gave you breath nor life.
Look, when you came out, I didn't give you that breath.
She's talking to the youngest right now.
To the youngest one.
Yeah.
The youngest one, because that's the baby.
Yeah.
Right?
He's still the baby.
Yeah.
You know, my sons are grown. Okay, they can.
She said, let me make sure he don't break. Let me talk to you real quick.
She remember his birth vividly because he was the last.
She know he ain't breaking. She know he ain't breaking. She just
You know
give him
what
that
mothers go
last,
through when they
just
have
the last
when they have
drop.
they
You know,
thank
the
God for
last
these.
She's doing that for so he won't break. Keep it ain't break.
God for these children.
That's why she did that.
Yeah, he ain't
Giving
breaking.
them strength.
Giving him the strength not to break.
Strength.
Years.
Because he's young.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like father was right there.
Yeah.
That's right.
She was in the stead of their
Yeah.
father because she gained the strength
It
while
said-
he
that's
was
what it said it right
alive.
there.
That battery.
It said it.
Right?
Yeah.
This the key. When the husband's not around, or he died, or he's locked up, that's when the woman's strength kick in.
That's right. It's supposed to.
It doesn't kick in when your man is alive or he around.
The boys too.
Doesn't kick in.
Yeah, the boys too.
You're still under the guidance, but once he's not around no more, you're everything who did. Now your strength shows. Your strength shows what you've been trained and taught and learned all these years from your superior, your Lord, your husband, your man, your guy, your lover. He's all of that.
Dig it.
Because he's God too. We got attributes too.
Dig it.
If I'm God, you my wife, you're supposed to follow me because I'm God.
That's right.
God has followers, right or wrong?
Right.
All right then.
I'm his follower.
God is long suffering with his followers, even when they deserve it, right or wrong.
That's right.
All right, so I said, yeah, God, but you die like men.
Look, we got to deal with more patience than anybody
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
because we don't have patience. We are designed like this: good, bad, right, wrong, left, right. Men are designed that way. Women are designed like this: black, gray, white. Get it? Left, right, maybe. I'm sorry, that's how it is. And you got men who think like that too.
Yeah.
Nothing personal.
And it ain't right.
It's not right.
No. You gotta
It's
choose.
not the right. You got to. It's either or. There's no in between.
Right.
We put too much in between, but maybe, probably, there's none of that. You don't see that in there.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
I cannot tell how you came into my womb, for that I gave you breath nor life. Neither was it I that formed the members of every one of you. But doubtless the creator of the world who formed the generation of man.
Doubtless, without a doubt,
Yeah.
it's God, the creator of the world, who did that.
Yeah.
Doubtless
the creator of the
She
world.
they didn't say, I gave you a son.
Right.
I gave you a daughter.
The Most High gave me.
Most High gave me a
Yeah.
man child.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Because this
Yeah,
builds a
women,
pride.
everything.
Women have pride too.
Like, woman, you can't give me
Okay.
a child.
Look. The seed got put in you.
Talk about it.
She did.
You didn't
God,
give
put
nothing.
God in it.
Talk about it.
Okay? God put
Always,
the seed of
always,
life
always,
in me
always.
so that I could put it in you,
Yeah.
So that you
and then it come out.
Mhm.
I got something, you got something, that when we put it together, a child come out
That's right.
Mhm.
that God created.
That's right.
Right.
God created body parts for that
That's
to
right.
happen,
Right.
Yeah.
for us to keep going,
Mhm.
because we die now.
That's right.
That's why he told the angels, you ain't got no business going and messing with the woman. I made you an angel. You're not a man. The woman is for the man,
Exactly.
because he's going to die.
That's
And
right.
he has to leave his name. He has to leave.
Yeah,
right.
I would have done the
They
same
gotta
thing.
go.
Yo, I would have done the
They
same
gotta
thing. I'd
go.
stash my woman too. Look at that.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, come on.
So Country.
All right. Doubtless the creator of the world who formed the generation of man and found out the beginning of all things, and also of his own mercy gave you breath and life again.
And of his own mercy give you breath and life again.
Mhm.
You hear that?
Yes.
Again. You already got it. Are you getting it? When you get it again,
Yeah, hold
it
on.
has to be take life and breath have to get snatched from you.
Yeah.
The only one that it go to is God. God gave you that. God activated you. You was an empty shell.
That's right.
God is not life. God created life.
That's right. He created
He
life.
created life for us. Okay?
Mhm.
He's beyond a word that you can even imagine. He's beyond life. He created life.
Mhm.
He made the body and put that breath that came from God. It's a breath that God had.
Mhm.
And when he put it in him, it activated the man named Adam.
God said if he
And he became a what?
a living
A
soul.
living soul.
God said if he gather his breath,
If he take his breath back,
He said
everything
everybody-
dies.
God said everything dies.
Everything dies. Everything dies. This dies. It's gonna change color, turn gray, and wither away. Everything reverts back. Everything gotta go back. So everything, look. Everything's still living on God's time.
God's time. Everything is
By
on
his
God's
word.
time.
By his word. That's right.
By his word,
That's right.
it's still running. By his word, trees fall, the leaves fall, and grow again. By his word.
Mhm.
Come on.
Tell she.
As you now regard not your own selves for his Lord's sake. Now Antiochus, thinking himself despised and suspecting it to be a reproachful speech, whilst the youngest was alive, did not only exhort him by words, but also assured him with oaths that he would make him both a rich and happy man.
See?
Yeah,
See?
he trying. He
That's
trying.
what they're doing in the entertainment business right now.
Yeah, he trying. Sure, he ain't brilliant. I ain't
Okay.
going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
They know a lot of people are waking up.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
They know
I'm
people
gonna
are
die
waking
just
up.
like my rest of
I
my
know
6
people are
brothers.
starting to realize who God really is.
Yeah.
They say, hey, man, this stuff over here, people are saying, Israelite,
Yeah, yeah.
man, I'm this, I'm a Jew. No, I'm over
I
here
ain't saw
with it,
now. I
right?
ain't saw now.
Okay,
Yeah.
look, man, come over here and sing these songs to make you rich. You gotta make songs like this, though.
He said no.
You gotta make songs like this,
Y'all crazy.
okay? Buy out. Back in the days, we called that a sellout.
It's crazy. I ain't saw
Right.
now.
So they want them to sell out.
And it's just him and his
They
mom.
want to say, look, man, you
Just
do
him
this,
and his mom.
we're gonna make you rich. You
Yeah.
no. And they're gonna appease to his young mind.
Yeah.
Because a
the
younger
youngest-
mind got a bigger ego.
Yeah.
You got a raw, unprotected ego
Yeah.
that an older head can get in.
Mhm.
Yeah. A person with more experience, have been around longer, knows more.
Mhm.
Okay? And they know how to influence the younger. So he's a king. He's like, yo, man, look at all your brothers. They dead, man. You ain't gotta do this, man. Look, man, look. You can live long. Look, I got this for you. Look. All you gotta do is eat that. It ain't like I'm asking you to kill yourself.
Yeah, he's rocking.
He's convincing. He's trying to convince him and seduce him.
He's rocking over
Touch you.
everybody else's strength.
Mm-hmm.
If he would turn from the laws of his fathers, and that also he would take him for his friend and trust him with affairs.
He said, not only I'm gonna make you rich,
Top businessman.
I'm gonna sit at my right hand.
He's gonna be what you call that?
He's gonna be his delegate, his top advisor.
Yeah.
He's gonna take him under the wing himself.
And with affairs. I mean, he's gonna be.
You're gonna handle. Look, I'm gonna
affairs
sit on this
with other
throne,
countries.
and you go out and do what you do.
Top dog.
You run it.
Yeah.
Trust him with
affairs.
Trust him with
You gonna
affairs.
run
You gonna run it. Like Joseph.
Yeah, like Joseph.
Pharaoh sat back and let Joseph
Yeah.
run it.
Yeah.
Joseph was like the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
He was the second. He said, I would look. If he would have ate that swine, no, those guys were not like that. They would have definitely did what he would have kept his promise.
But it ain't gonna last though.
But you know, look.
Yo, God gonna get him.
Look, he died.
He probably get it now.
He gonna get it worse than the king.
Yeah, 10 years. He
Time
come
sheet.
and hit it right on him.
Time sheet.
But the young man with a no case hearkened unto him. The king called his mother and exhorted her that she would.
The young man didn't answer him.
He ain't
Nah,
answer.
He dubbed him.
Yup.
He didn't even react to him. But sometimes,
Crazy.
I tell people, I say, yo, don't even react to that.
Right.
Don't react to that, man. Want you to answer this. He want this. Some people want it.
Yeah.
So don't react to that, man. Nah, forget about that. That's what Yosef told me. He said, man, don't say such a thing. Leave the matter alone. Look. You don't even know what's going on right now. Something else is going on that's way more important right now.
Yep.
Hey, you come with this guy. Come on, man. Look, I'm hot. I'm heavy. I may have something illegal on me. I may be doing something illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I may, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Everybody is not with this, man. Tough shit.
But when the young man with a no case hearkened unto him, the king called his mother and exhorted her that she would counsel the young man to save his life.
Said, speak to your son. Look. She tell him eat it.
He gonna need it.
How much he honor his mother.
Mm.
Even if it's wrong, he gonna do it.
He said,
Right.
talk to this little.
Jacob, all right? That was them because that was you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, son, do what the man said. He gonna do it. So he's like, yo, talk to your son. Tamshi. So
And when he had exhorted her with many words,
Uh-huh.
she promised him that she would counsel her son.
she said, okay, I'm gonna talk to him. Tamshi.
But bowing herself toward him, laughing the cruel tyrant to scorn, spake in her country language on this manner.
She's speaking Hebrew because they don't understand it.
Right.
Tamshi.
Oh, my son, have pity upon me that
Yo,
barely
you
9
know how much
months.
people be speaking Spanish in front of me and think I don't know what they say? Right on, son. I'll be like this. Moreno, huh? Negrito. Okay, I got you. You're racist. Okay, I know how to deal with you. Sometimes I don't even let them know. Or maybe they don't say something. He's smart. You let him keep thinking, man.
Yeah.
Because they switch up with it.
Yeah.
Now I want you to play who you really are. Yeah. They be speaking. People be African dudes out here on the corner. This I say, man, they be speaking like everybody here, man. Nobody know because you don't know the language.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what she did. She said, look, man, you start speaking in language. Now they out of it, so they don't know what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Tough shit. And look, if she says it in their language, they're gonna stop.
Yeah, they're gonna stop from talking.
Okay? That's why she's speaking her language. Tough shit.
Oh, my son, have pity upon me that barely 9 months in my womb, and gave thee suck. 3
That's why you
days.
gotta honor your mother, man.
Yeah.
And I read another part in there and said, yo, man, your mother, when she was pregnant with you, she went through many dangers and travails. Right? Tobit told his son that. He said, yo, if I'm not around, y'all give it up to your mom. Because she went through a lot.
Yeah.
No. I ain't carried her. She did. I didn't get diabetic. She was never diabetic
Until she
till
had
she got pregnant with you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say it came from me because I got another child, an older child with her. How come she didn't get diabetic with him?
Yeah.
That was you. And she went through a lot with you. This guy came out late first. And then the arm first. Then they broke up.
I came out butt first.
You came out butt first. Look at that. My man came out butt first. Behind first. I remember that. When we was on 94. Messed him up.
And I love my
no. All them pains and contractions and all that carrying. You owe.
Nah, I love my
It's a look, mama, that's a physical thing there.
Yeah.
You owe, because she could
I
die.
take a nigga head off for my
Look. How many? Yeah. But it goes a long way more than just that.
Yes, sir.
And that's what they look at, baby. They know you're going to kill
That's
for
right. That's right.
Look, ain't no doubt about that. 14-year-old cocked off on the dude when he hit his mother. That ain't everybody going
do that.
nobody's going to let nobody run up on their mother.
That's
We're not talking about these things.
What we talking about?
Okay?
What we
The
talking about?
wickedest dude is going to hold his mother down physically. He ain't going to let nobody. What we talking about
Give it up to him.
is
Accountability.
accepting what comes from them.
Right.
Everything.
That's it.
Accept everything. Yeah.
No, accept what comes from your mother and father. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. If he's telling you, this guy, hey man, I don't like what you did, that's for you too. That don't mean you go do it.
That's right.
Well, you think you better than him?
No.
You gonna get away with it?
Talk about it.
Everything coming from your parents, you must accept.
That's right.
Cheerfully.
Talk about it.
Now push it up your face. Stop wanting to have the last word.
Yeah.
Whoever is authority over you, you do not have the last word. They have the last word.
That's right. That's right.
They have the last word. Give them the last word.
Like it's the word of God. Like it's the
You
word of
can't
God.
serve God because you don't know God. God ain't down here saying, yo, man, I didn't like what you did over there. He ain't telling you that. Everything he got to tell you is there when you read it.
I said, I'm teaching you.
That's
Chill.
right.
So
That's right.
when I'm telling you and I'm teaching you, you got to accept what I'm saying so you can understand the lesson.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Karate Kid.
Talk about it.
Karate Kid. He had that man. Down, brush up, brush down. Wax one, wax on. Well, he got. He's supposed to be teaching me karate.
Yeah.
Right? He got freaking clicking the thing. You ain't getting mad like that with them dudes beating you up now. you know, that ran through my mind as a kid. I'm like, now he mad. He should have got mad then. But he got frustrated because he's thinking he gonna get right to it and start flipping. No, you got to start from the
Master
foundation.
teaching you
And
this.
the man is teaching you
That's
at the
right,
same
that's right.
time putting you to work and keeping
You
you
know what he's doing. Yeah.
Young men need to go to work
Yeah.
for your parents.
Wax on. Wax
Whatever
on.
job that needs to be done in the house, the sons do it.
Yeah.
The garbage belongs to the man.
Mhm.
I don't like seeing when the woman taking the garbage out.
Mhm.
It's not woman's work.
Mhm.
Okay? Nah, seriously.
Yeah, you're right. That's right.
From back then, who was in the field? Dina?
No,
She had time to go chill.
yeah. She go to the field.
She ain't got to go out there and do nothing the
Water
man got
fly,
to do.
water fly,
Her
that's
brothers
right.
is out there.
Yeah, water fly sometimes.
Okay? Yeah, listen, this is a different society we living in, man.
Yeah.
Tell she.
And gave you some 3 years and nourished thee and
She breastfed him for 3 years.
3 years.
Who does that now?
3 years. Why is it right there? Yeah.
Who does that?
I mean,
They ready to put a
Shemuel
bottle.
was 3 years.
These are credentials of a mother.
Yeah. Go ahead.
These are the credentials of a mother.
Bro, they have.
They didn't have bottles. The Greeks didn't have bottles. The Romans didn't have bottles.
Or breast pumps, yeah.
How about that?
Bro, they buy the formula before they give birth now.
The formula and where the milk come from? Not the mother.
Chemicals.
The milk.
Chemicals,
The
yeah.
milk.
Chemicals
Yeah,
now.
yeah, but it come from another animal.
That was before.
Right?
That was chemical.
No. Look. It was from an animal. They put chemicals in it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not even what came out the animal. It's everybody's supposed to breastfeed off their own mother's milk.
Yeah.
Everybody gets their own mother's milk except humans.
Except humans.
And you wonder why the child grew up.
We
turned
drink
into a
everybody
villain.
else's milk, cow milk, goat milk,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We never got the breastfeeding.
Mhm.
Oh, it hurts.
He biting on.
He's biting on it.
He's nibbling.
I remember what you said, Pastor.
Mhm.
I don't think nibbling on it is a problem. That's not the problem. The problem is, baby is frustrated. Don't taste right. First of all, because you're not eating right. Second of all, okay, what you eat, what the mother eat while she's pregnant and while she's breastfeeding, that's what she's this nutrient. That's what it's supposed to sustain that child. That's why they come out healthier. They don't come out mucus. Achoo, poof.
No, not over
Hanging
breast
out. Come here.
milk. Bob of mucus. Not
Okay.
over breast
Just
milk.
born.
No,
All this
no.
keep going to the hospital. Keep going. He got a fever. He's sick. He got this. He got that. She got this. She got that. It's transferred from the mother.
A woman was breastfeeding a child, right? Her diet was messed up, eating fried food all the time. She pumped the milk out. She let the milk sit.
The oil.
When you look up at the milk, it was oil on top of the milk.
Oil is not
You
supposed
see
to
that
be.
oil?
The oil don't mix with nothing.
So you see that oil? That's
That's
because you're
from
eating
the
fried
food.
food.
That
That's
ain't
the
healthy.
food that
No,
you
that's
eat.
not healthy.
That's
So
from
now
the
the
food.
child is consuming oil from the mother.
And guess what? That's all part of the system. That's all part of killing you. That's all part of it.
That's right.
That's why they got bring the kids to the
That's what
doctors.
you gotta eat.
Bring them and get they. That's why they need shots. Why they need shots? Why none of these people needed shots? Why the wickedest person in the world back then didn't need a shot?
Get my
Or when you have a baby, you gotta
Get
bring
my
it to
twins
get
no
shots.
shots.
No.
Don't give them no shots. And they perfectly fine.
Okay?
Mine's
And leprosy was all over.
mine's
Think about it, y'all. I'm gonna ask again. Where's that guy at? He was resurrected. They said he was resurrected 3 days after.
No.
Where he at? Nobody saw him yet.
I know where
It's
he
a,
at,
it's
brother.
a good
Where
lie.
he at?
He's
good
stuck
story.
in every church.
I'm just reminding. Always
story.
ask that question,
He's
man.
stuck in every
Nobody's going to be able to answer that.
No.
Hung up
Look,
like this.
he's supposed to be walking around. He's
Right
supposed to
here.
be fleshy.
Standing in one
Good
spot.
story. That's what
All right.
it is.
But that's how it is, man. Come see, let's finish this.
And brought thee up unto this age, and endured the troubles of
He said,
education.
I brought you up. I nourished you. I took care of you.
And endured the troubles of education.
And what?
Endured the troubles
I
of education.
endured the troubles of education. I endured the stress of disciplining you,
Yeah.
worrying about you, protecting you,
Yeah.
feeding you. I endured the stress. That's what that mother is saying. Now you see why you gotta honor. It's in there. You gotta do is read. Somebody gonna declare it. So she's telling her young child, look, man, I did all this for you. Look, don't turn down. I ain't did all this for nothing. Tom she.
I beseech thee, my son, look upon the heaven and the earth and all that is therein, and consider that El made them of things
Look
that were
up. Look. Don't look up at the sun and be urged to worship it.
not.
Look up at it, yo.
Made them from what?
Things that were
Somebody
not.
had to make all of this.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
Another part, it said, man, God said, I ain't got no excuse for nobody. Because why, look, even the heathen, he's supposed to sit down. He said, why it don't come to his mind? It's there to come to God. Has not blocked that thought not to come to nobody's mind. That's why he said, it ain't even came to the thought of man. Like, whoa, who made all of this? Surely not this crude stone. Nothing is stopping heathens or anybody from thinking that way. That thought has not been blocked.
They can't attribute it to anything that they can't see.
So he said,
most
why they
of.
not
can't see 'em.
thinking on that? They think on it and they throw it away.
Right.
Some
They can't
shit.
see them. That El made them of things that were not, and so was mankind made likewise. Fear not this tormentor, but being worthy of thy brethren, take thy death, that I may receive thee again in mercy with thy brethren.
Take your death that I can receive you
Get you
again
again.
in mercy and your brethren.
All of them coming
Straight
back.
up, straight up.
They all coming back. She's gonna die like a man.
This is why they took the Apocrypha out the Bible, y'all. Some shit.
Whilst she was yet speaking these words, the young man said, whom wait ye for?
What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Come on, let's go.
While his
It's
mom-
time to die.
While
Let's
his mom-
go.
While his mom was still talking.
While she's still talking, he got so hyped.
Yeah.
He couldn't help it. Yo, man, what you waiting? Yo, man, what's up, man? Let's go, man. My mom just said, die, let's go.
Word. My mom talking.
And that's what we get, man.
Talk about, man. Talk about.
Some shit.
I will not obey the king's commandment, but I will obey the commandment of the law that was given unto our fathers.
What you're commanding, I'm sticking to what God said. Some shit.
And so now, And thou that has been the author of all mischief against the
You,
Hebrews.
the author of all of this,
Uh-huh.
all this wickedness being done, you wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
You mastered it. You're in charge. You're doing what you want. All of this, you're responsible for. Tamshi.
Shall not escape the hands
You ain't gonna get away
of Israel.
from God. You get away from man. You'll get away from man and die.
Right.
It's how man he got away. He died. Now he ain't get away.
Right.
He got away from you. Got away from us, from our hands. But now he's in real trouble. He's in real trouble now. Tamshi.
For we suffer because of our iniquities.
We suffer because of our iniquities, man.
Yeah. That's why we get punished.
I'm not them.
Yeah.
And I don't go through the things for the same reason they go through it.
Mm-hmm.
I go through it because I'm on a path. And when I mess up, God smack me hard. He make me lose things. He put bag with holes. All types of little things that are what they call negative or bad or wicked towards you come from God. The curse shall not come causeless. It don't come for nothing. Bad things don't happen for nothing. Good things don't happen for nothing. All right?
Always to consider.
Tamshi?
The youngest.
Yeah. Come on.
And though the living Lord may be angry with us a little while,
And although the living God may be angry with us,
a little while
Uh-huh.
for our chastening and correction,
uh-huh.
yet shall he be at one again with his servants.
Yo, at the end of all of
At
this,
the end of the day,
we're gonna all be together with God again.
And you was in here, man.
We're gonna all be together with God again. At the end of all of this. At the end of our time.
the
At the
youngest,
time look, he spoke for
he had
after all of this is said and done. After everybody on the planet lived and died, and it's time for the judgment of God. That's what he's talking about. After that, he's gonna be back together with his family, his father, his mother, his brothers.
the youngest spit worse than all that.
Keep going.
He spit for him.
But
Keep going, because
thou,
it's getting worse.
but thou, O godless man,
You, oh godless man that don't do nothing that God say.
Word.
Man that hate everything God say.
Yeah, that's the word.
Okay?
Yeah.
Man that always got something other than what God say.
That's the word.
Always want to question what God say.
Yeah.
We got a problem with what God say.
That's the word.
You,
Yeah.
Tamshi,
and of all other most wicked,
and everybody else in the world that think like you.
uh-huh, be not lifted up without a cause.
Don't get your pride lifted up. Okay?
Nor puffed up with uncertain hopes.
Yeah, don't get too put your chest out. Don't think you it. Don't think you got it. There's people today that think they got it.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
Lifting up thy hand against the servants of El. But thou hast not yet escaped the judgment of the Almighty El, who seeth all things. Our brethren who now have suffered a short pain are dead under El Israel's covenant of
Me and
everlasting
our
life.
brethren will suffer this short little pain here. Because we're going to die. It ain't going to last too long. The pain ain't going to last too long. Once you die, you don't feel this here. Leave this here.
Yeah.
That's why we don't worship it. We don't worship the body. We don't parade the body on the ground. We hurry up and bury it. Tamshi.
But thou, through the judgment of El Israel, shalt receive just punishment for thy pride.
You will receive a just penalty from God.
That's right.
He's going to give you everything you deserve. All this cruelty you giving out,
That's right.
forcing people to do, you going to get it when you leave here. Tamshi.
But I, as my brethren,
For me and my brothers,
as my brethren, I offer up my body and life for the laws of our fathers,
take it.
beseeching the Most High that he would speedily be merciful unto our nation, and that thou by torments and plagues may confess that he alone is El, and that in me and in my brethren the wrath of the Almighty, which is justly brought upon all our nation, may cease. Then the king, being in the rage, handled him worse than
like
all
that.
the rest,
He didn't like that.
to be grievously
Because
that
it
he
was
was mocked.
Because it was the truth.
He said he
Deep down.
Yeah, mocked.
Deep down. Deep down.
Mhm.
He knows the
Yo,
truth.
man, I'm the keenest thing. You're giving me no respect.
No respect.
Oh, word. Oh, what I'm saying is garbage.
Yeah,
He tight now.
yeah, because you
That's
already,
the youngest.
you already
I
had some.
expect it from the oldest
Yeah,
ones.
yeah.
This young dude, man.
Because you already had grown men Israelites that already ate pork and say, I'm cool. I'm
Yo, by
going
that
with
time,
y'all.
a lot of people don't
Y'all
eat. Israelites is eating.
A whole bunch of all.
They
Cool.
doing everything.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So this man died undefiled and put his whole trust in El Israel.
That's the part.
Mm-hmm.
You can close the book. You can close the book now.
Mhm.
That young man died, it said undefiled. You know what that means? He died without any violation of the commandment.
Yeah.
And you know, it's something going on because all of them said they're coming back
They sleeping.
Well, coming back from where?
from death.
Yeah.
That's
They're
what they
gonna
said.
die,
Right?
they're gonna get killed, they're gonna get tortured and killed. But they say, yo, we good, we coming back. Take it. I'm not doing that.
So basically, it's not done when you're dead.
It's not done when you're dead.
It just starting.
Nah, you change planes.
It's just starting.
You know what planes is dimensions. You leave the physical, and now you in the spiritual. Your spirit goes where spirits dwell. That's all. That's all. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum. They sleep right now.
We'll be back.
Having that peaceful sleep.